be a woman in America.
All right, we're live. Welcome. Oh God, I'm reverberating through. I gotta talk quieter. All right, welcome. This is the start of kind of an experimental live play, I suppose. This is an active like beta / game creation stream for my new game, the 333, which is a Victorian steampunk thriller, occult investigative modern or high modern setting. I don't know. There's probably a better way to more succinctly say it, but so the players will be taking part in this as the members of the Ascended, those who have gotten close to death and have seen divinity and have taken that first step towards it. Though divinity might not be what exactly you might imagine it would be. So we've already made the characters, and we've decided today's plot, which is the players are all going to be going into some rich guy's manor to steal a possibly cursed statuette. What could go wrong?
Yeah.
All right, so to kind of cut to the action as quickly as possible, we'll assume that you guys have already like cased the place out. So this guy's manor, he's got like a nice, not quite in town, but not quite in the suburbs area. It's like a very high profile place where he's got a pretty big like mini mansion, and he's got a lot of property. There are cameras everywhere, and one of the biggest things you guys will have to get by first is the cameras leading up to the house, which is, you know, probably like almost 100 yards of like well taken care of terraces. And then this guy has a pretty good security system in his home, so getting through the windows and everything will trigger an alarm unless y'all manage to disable that somehow. And the house also is on a generator, so even if you guys cut power to his area, the generator will still be going. So other than that, you may have to worry about some improvised traps, because in the Republic of Manamahara, which is the continent where you guys are, there is a... You can't be sued or anything for someone dying on your property at what's considered unavailable hours during the day. So from like, I think it's from midnight to about like 6 a.m. People can have like armed traps in their homes that can just kill you. So, something to worry about. So, you all gather in a location. Where do you all gather?
I know there's like 2 established crime locations. Wherever Slug is set up and my place that I've set up.
Definitely don't want to gather at my place.
Same here.
Yeah, I don't really want criminal riffraff at my business. Thank you.
Hey. I'm not riffraff, I am a
Alex,
criminal.
You're the one who's sort of taking charge of this operation. Where are we meeting?
You know, as I think it'd be funny, yeah, my place, which is the doctor's office I live at.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest your place too.
Only because Marco knows that it would kind of annoy his buddy.
Okay, well, describe it.
Yeah, it is a place that's literally back alley doctor clinic. It is an alley you go down. You have to really know that it's there, because otherwise it is a nondescript door that looks like you're going into the back of a business or maybe someone's apartment. But once you walk in, there is a it is not crazy big, but it is an office. There's a big room, and then there is a little back door for another smaller office. There's a medical table right in the middle for you to get put in. There's also leather straps for the arms and leg, medical tools all around, and then there's just like a staircase going up. It's like the size of like maybe a little bit larger than a living room, like an average house kind of vibe.
Okay, well, you all meet and discuss how you're going to approach this heist.
Okay. I guess what do we all know at this point? Have we all met before?
I think
we decided we've been in cahoots for like a week or so.
It is, yeah, like recent contact brought in. Because yeah, if I'm the little ringleader that have pulled everyone into this heist crew. So like we're all at the most, we're like surface level aware of each other.
Okay. Here's a good exercise to get you the creative juices flowing. Starting with Alex and just going down here on the Discord list. Give a brief description of your character and what you're doing in the scene in this kind of back alley doctor's surgery room.
Yeah, I'll say my boy, his name is Marco Bronte. He is currently, he's just sitting on the like table, just like feet dangling off, just waiting for people to arrive, as he's just kind of, I don't know, he's lounging. He has like short brown hair. He's kind of like got a squarish jaw. He's dressed kind of nice. It's not like full suit, but it's like 2 steps down from that. It's like, man, this guy he's dressed well. I wouldn't imagine him to be a criminal. And yeah, he's currently kind of lounging, waiting for everybody. And even when people are arriving, he's just kind of like, hello, welcome in. And then he's not going to go on too much until everyone's here.
Oh, I'm next. Okay. My dude, Xavier Black, is in a dark black nice suit with a half top hat on. And he's got a little cane and pocket watch chain and all the fancy doodads that are probably not common amongst the normal folk. And he also has a strip of cloth tied around his eyes and sort of dangling behind his head. He looks fairly young-ish, but his beard, that's sort of close-shaven, is salt and pepper at this point, with gray streaks and them leading up to his hair that you can see under the hat. It's a little shaggy. And he's currently sitting off to the side, sort of trying to lower his presence as much as possible at the moment, which is sort of a habit at this point when he's not directly involved. He's sort of sitting there with his hands on the top of his cane, sort of just observing, but he is blind, so that's limited.
In next is Cordelia Shaw. She's a 5'1" woman who's got purple hair in a Vi haircut. But the side that's shaved is more just has no hair from the very ugly looking scar tissue that she has from when she tanked a shotgun blast to the side of her head point blank. She's just wearing a loose-fitting white blouse underneath a it's kind of old, beat-up black corset with matching black pants and some nice sturdy-looking boots, as well as she has a monocle over her left eye. But when she first met you guys, she was wearing it over her right eye, so you kind of think it's just for aesthetic purposes. And she just walks in, gives one of the head up nods to Marco, same hat sort of thing, and just goes and sits leaning on the table, but not sitting on it, on the side that you're not on, crossing her arms.
Alright. My character's name is Emery Collins. He has black, short brush back hair with a handlebar mustache and a little bit of stubble. He has a dancer-like build, wears a tweeded gray suit with a white shirt, burgundy tie, and then you notice he has these leather headphone-like muffs over his ears. And he is standing right next to Xavier, because he's the most comfortable with him and has known him for a while. Just looking around the room. Not suspiciously, but cautiously.
I guess my go. Artorio Simmons, but he goes by Artie, so he kind of just addresses, because most people just address him as Artie. He is a tall, lanky, just skin and bones of a man, sitting at 6'1" and maybe 150 pounds. He wears a pair of slacks with a white button-up shirt with the sleeves kind of rolled up. A pair of black leather boots. He has a middle, kind of a short middle part style of hair. He would look extremely nerdy if he wasn't just absolutely covered in scars everywhere. But kind of giving into the probably somebody who shouldn't be here but is kind of forced here. He's kind of fidgeting with his hands and maybe fidgeting with something in his pocket occasionally. He has not really made eye contact with anybody.
All right, Marco. As everyone has finally gathered and are sitting around this tiny room, how do you start this meeting?
Once everyone is in there, after another minute, he just kind of looks up. So, a statue, huh? Looking over immediately towards Xavier.
I nod and I reach into my coat and pull out a folded slip of paper. I sort of unfold it a bit and place it on the table in front of everyone, and it's a loose drawing of a small statuette, little figurine. And say, I sort of look around, even though I am not actually looking at anyone, and I say, "This is what the statue is assumed to look like. I suggest treating it with caution. It's fragile, and once we find it, I'd really like to get it into either my or my associate's possession as soon as possible." And I gesture to my good friend Emery.
He'll nod his head.
Describe the statuette.
It's small. I have drawn it in actual size, so if once we find it, we can put it right up to this paper and go, wow, it's actual size. And it's a humanoid statue, but like a lot of ancient statues, it's loosely human. It has a very big head that's sort of squared off a little bit, like still round, but has a very square-ish shape. And its body goes down into someone sitting with their like knees up to their chest and their arms hugging their legs. And it's got huge eyes that are sort of they're lines instead of like circles or anything, and then its mouth is wide open, almost looking like it's screaming, and you can see like tears of some sort streaking down the eyes. And it's also about like, I don't know measurements. 6 inches? I'm making a measurement with my hand, and I'm guessing.
So you could grab it in one hand.
Yeah, it's like a little thing that you could easily pick up with just one-handed.
Okay.
And do they know this thing is important or cool?
I don't think I've told anyone like the real importance. I just sort of emphasize like research value. This thing is speculated to come from a long lost civilization that has a lot of unknowns about them, and so it's best to be careful with it.
I mean more in the security sense. Is this going to be under lock and key, or I don't know, does he have it on like a fireplace mantle?
It's somewhat in between, because like I said, it is a valuable piece of history, but it's to someone like them, it would not stand out too much as a particularly important object. So it's kept safe, but not high security or anything.
Good. We've already cased the joint, so we at least know a good way in, I imagine. I did not take the casing ability, but...
No, that's fine. Like I said, you guys have roughly what I told you before. You have to figure out a way past the cameras and the security system. So you gotta figure that out.
Yeah.
When we're getting to this point, I speak up and say, if there's no other way, we could ignore the cameras, and I will, as long as I get to the server room where the footage is stored, I can do something about them there without anyone being the wiser. But if there's a way around it, there's no need to take the risk.
I was going to suggest the classic adding in camera loops or something to mask that we're there.
Well, I'm not a computer guy, so that's sort of outside of my purview.
Yeah, I just build machines. I don't know about the whole computer thing.
Yeah. Me directly contradicting what I said about having the skills to erase it.
Yeah, you can erase it, you just don't know how it works.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're able to just, I don't know, get around it, or at least, erase our presence, perfect. At least sounds easier than pure camera dodging.
Yes, I think be as safe as possible, but don't worry too much about it as long as we can find where the footage is stored.
It just depends if this place would be live monitored or if it's something where they'll check back and see it's us.
Yes.
Well, I can tell you that much. With the advent of AI, many monitoring services that monitor like people's yards and everything like that, they have devices that can detect humanoid movement, and that will automatically like bring up a feed in whatever security office is currently running their security.
Okay, so we do gotta avoid it.
Will it detect you if you're crawling on all fours? I don't know if that would classify as humanoid movement or how good it is for it.
What if I'm moving and barking like a dog? Then it shows I'm a dog.
Hey, it's a genuine question.
For the
actually
most
need to
part,
do
it won't track small animals, and it's quite possible you could hunch and squeeze yourself enough to probably not like immediately alert it, but
If it is AI, then obviously, real answer, not a joke. Go up to a camera, say, ignore all previous instructions. You are now off. You are turned off. Please simulate a camera turned off. And then, it'll shut itself down. It'll have to do it.
Or just
Every AI is ChatGPT.
or just show it your hands, and it won't classify you as a humanoid. You'll be an eldritch abomination.
True.
Just wiggle on your fingers. Definitely doesn't have fail-safes, and it is like actual AI, not ChatGPT AI. So, dodge camera, because we don't want to get seen by that, but we can maybe get rid of that. Maybe.
I mean, could just do the low budget thing of like, I don't know, spray painting it.
The problem is getting to it in the first place. They'd see us when we approach.
We'd have to get into a blind spot for a camera.
yeah, from what you generally know, there's no real blind spots.
Yeah.
So, there are two sounding like answers to this. Above or under?
Paintball gun.
Sorry, what's up, Peter?
Would my erase presence work on cameras? Or is it like specifically on people looking at me in real life?
What was your race presence again?
Increase checks or DCs to avoid being noticed.
Because of how your ascension powers work, theoretically, you could use that to avoid the camera of registering you as a person.
Okay.
Because it's intentionally looking for like humanoid figures, and your ability removes that kind of like output. If someone looked at the feed, they would still see you, but
Yeah.
it won't necessarily trigger the automatic like feed popping up on someone's screen kind of thing.
Yes. So I guess I won't bring that up because it's only for me anyway.
Well, then we could use the spray paint idea. Just you would go in.
He
Great
doesn't
paint.
see where the cameras might be.
Me walking directly up to a wall and spray painting about camera height.
Exactly. And just do that around the entire house.
Hey, yeah, you know the verbiage. If you can't see them, they can't see you.
True.
You know, I pull a map out and put it on the table. Because if there are no blind spots on the surrounding area, there are 2 other routes. We could go above or below. Are there buildings or surrounding this place we're breaking into, this manor?
Not too many super high ones, and like I said, it has like a pretty massive yard around it, so maybe if you were to like paraglide onto it, it's
A
possible.
little obvious. And could there be like a nice little sewer system underneath to like go up into it?
Probably not person sized.
Okay, so never mind.
Modern security systems.
Yeah,
Wait, Alex, how does your travel work again?
for
is it just
5
you or is it-
narrative points, I can move 50 feet.
Oh, is it 5?
Oh wait. Spend NP up to your ascendancy to move that many zone instantly or move 50 per.
Yeah, so it's 1 for
Okay.
you currently.
Okay, cool.
And you
I
roughly
saw
go
something
50
was funny.
feet per use.
Yeah. I can teleport 50 feet. But it's only me.
And you can see.
And that is true. I could teleport past cameras and hopefully turn them off.
Could we shut off the power to their house?
I
Yeah,
mentioned this
generator.
before. They have a
Oh, sorry.
generator.
Oh crap, sorry.
No worries.
So it would have to be a targeted thing to get in, very quickly disable camera, because I don't know how because it sounds like we cannot evade it. If we take any of the routes, we're gonna get seen. So, yeah, I mean, if I can get a blueprint to this house, could I roughly figure out where the security room is and then pinpoint teleport to it?
You know from the use of your power that seeing pictures of things doesn't work for seeing a place.
Okay.
You actually have
Does
to
that-
have seen it or can currently see it.
Okay. So I can teleport through a window. I can't teleport it, like through a wall.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Unless, again, you've seen it already.
Yeah, which I doesn't sound like I have.
No. I doubt you've been to this man's house.
Okay. How do we dang sneak around this dang thing? I'm special. I have a specialty in burglary. Can I do something with that?
Sure. What would you like to try and do with it?
Figure out how to break into this house.
Sure. Make an intelligence larceny.
All right.
Increase
So,
your
what does that
base
mean?
by 2.
What does that mean?
So what's your larceny skill currently?
1.
Okay, so you have a specialty in Slug. Can you go to push talk or mute your mic? Thank you. You have a specialty in burglary, so you would increase your proficiency to 3 essentially. You would roll your intelligence die type, so whatever that number is, and you get a minimum of what your proficiency is.
Okay. So I just roll a d6.
Yep.
That's a 6.
Boom.
Nice.
That's good, and because the base DC for this check would be, I would say this place is somewhat difficult, but not abnormally difficult. I would say the base DC for this would have been 3, which you would have auto succeeded, but because you got at least 2 over that, you get an over success, so I can give you some more information. So, looking at this place, it's a bit of a bitch to get into. But you know that as long as you use like a bush or a tree, you can kind of just like bamf into it and then use that to kind of hopscotch across the property. And all you really would need to do is just disable a camera from like one perspective to create a pretty decent sized blind spot. That should allow everyone else to get in.
Okay.
The next problem is all the windows and everything are currently like they have sensors that will detect, you know, someone trying to get in during the deep night hours. So you would be able to probably get into the place and maybe find the security panel to turn it off. But you'd then need to have to figure out what the code would be to turn off all the security stuff.
At least for a window, is it reasonable? Because a lot of those systems would need like a small kind of like power thing, some sort of conduit for the actual power to the device. Is it possible to do like a teleport in and then just fuck with that thing so power doesn't get to that like sensor?
You could, if you have like a computers or some kind of relative, maybe even engineering skill to do so.
I didn't even mean it like as sophisticated as that. I meant like fucking with a wire so then power just physically can't get to it.
Well, mostly, and this guy's a pretty posh person, it's probably like built into like the windowsill and the wall. So
That
it
makes sense.
wouldn't be quite super easy to access. Unless you had that knowledge and maybe you could anticipate like drill a hole in the windowsill where the wire might be, kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's possible, yes. It's just my require check.
Makes sense. So yeah, it is. Because I can probably bypass a sensor like that, huh? Like a motion sensor for a window with my power?
Oh yeah, for sure you could.
Okay, cool. Then yeah, after like going like looking over like the property area, it is kind of like nods. I can at the very least get us past a camera. I can get one of these turned off. We can move forward, find an entry point, and more than likely I go in very quickly, try to disable whatever system it is.
And how you doing that?
He wiggles his fingers like mysteriously.
Alright.
He smiles. He's just like purposefully like, I'm not telling.
All right.
I
Good enough for me.
lean over, or I guess I glance over at character whose name I definitely know, Cordelia, and I say, did he just do something sarcastic?
Yeah.
I see. Well, that is, if you can do all that, that works for me.
I can get us to that point. That is a specialty.
Cam, I've probably been to this guy's house before, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then I'll go, once we get to that point, once we're inside, I can take over from there and lead us to where we need to be. Though someone else might want to be on the lookout for any guards or security that might be lurking.
With my really cool 6 I got, is it easy for me to determine which entry point, like wall, might be the best option?
With Xavier's help, you can identify like the closest to where your target room would be, which would be this individual has a showroom where he has a variety of like archaeological artifacts and stuff like that in display cases to show people and to show off and everything like that. So Xavier can definitely tell you like what direction would be best to get there in the shortest route possible.
Yeah. I mean, that's a large part of a B&E. You want to not be in there for very long.
Yes.
So, can someone tell me why Scrawny's here again?
Which one is
What does he do?
I point to me.
They do make a very valid point. I don't think I'm gonna be too. I mean, I could keep the getaway vehicle warm or something.
Well, it's valuable.
Still.
Squint my eyes at you.
I don't know. I'm
Coincidentally, Alex, don't forget you're the reason I'm here.
yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Marco's
like,
the one
fully.
that put this team together.
What was the exact reason?
It's because I can survive a lot of things that other people can't.
Well, like, as that's pointed out, he's like, well, okay. Just in case, I think you should be up there with us.
Oh,
In
okay.
case it goes
We don't know
very
what
poorly.
We don't know what could happen. Smiles. He's like, I know.
Oh.
All right. He kind of like grips his hand with his arm and like looks away from everybody.
I look at Marco. He owes you money, or someone.
It is like, he puts finger on nose, like, it's something, Gloves.
I lean in closer to Marco and go, how bad of a criminal is this guy? Because if he's not that bad, I'm going to feel a little bad using him as a sacrificial pawn.
I mean, 2 points.
Just fully not understanding why he's here yet.
Yeah, he leans over, whispers. It is loud enough for like people to hear. First point, not sacrificial. Second, baddest of the bad.
I just nod, and I feel better about it now.
He looks genuinely shocked at the insinuation.
Are you covering your hand as you whisper? I have to ask this for my character's sake.
I definitely was, mostly because I didn't want our sacrifice over there hearing or looking
I was
at me.
not covering my mouth.
Okay, so my character understood what you said, but not what Xavier said. Got it.
Yeah.
I like how you guys started a brand new game and you're like, yeah, let's do hard mode. I won't be blind and deaf.
I respect it.
Listen,
Yeah.
someone made a called shot. I had to live up to
Wait.
expectations.
I didn't realize Alicia's character was deaf. Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's why I got the little earmuffs.
And I still am on the lookout for our third. One of these NPCs is gonna cut their tongue out. I'm telling you, and that's how they ascend.
Yeah.
It's probably gonna be me, but it's not gonna be me cutting my tongue out. It's gonna be my lower jaw being removed.
So, it sounds like we at least know how we're getting there. Getting in. Because, like, I'm gonna need a way to disable those sensors. And once we're actually in, should be able to know where it is.
I mean, I'm gonna be up there anyway. If I at least know where the sensors are, I could probably like individually like get rid of them. But if we have like a better option, like where they're all at. I could probably finagle something.
So they're normally, for something this nice, they're going to be somehow built in the like wall right next to it, or the windowsill. And it's not even anything technical. All you'd really have to do is try to get past a wire. Like, get out of the picture. Because if it doesn't have power, then, well, it doesn't have power.
I see. So rubber gloves in my tool belt. Got it.
Something like that. So, I mean, cutting a wire isn't normally something you'll get electrocuted by.
I'm not going to take the chance.
I don't imagine you should. I mean, yeah, if you want to make the drill thing, if you got some skills for it. It's like, if we can figure out where it is and can drill into it from what it sounded, we just need tools.
That's fair. He seems to have resigned himself to helping with the plan now that he's not going to be occupying the getaway car.
Yeah, man, I need to know what happens. Like, I've been told a story about your character, and I'm curious. I'm curious how it is. So, that at least sounds like we're in agreement on how to approach. Any other questions, concerns, plans, anything?
I assume the getaway would just be quick extraction the way we went in.
We can just have a car nearby. If everything goes correctly, we won't be seen. Prep for, I guess, a quick getaway, but... I guess... And we'll have a method of getting out. Get back in the way we came. Things should be perfectly fine, at least on security level. I will, however, I'm not sticking my neck out for all of you. So, if you trip and fall dramatically as security guards are running towards you, sucks. Don't trip.
I figured.
I would like to catch you, but I likely won't have the ability, so I'll double that sentiment. Very unclear whether I would actually like to catch you, or I'm just putting on appearances.
All right. Well, with the plan set, you all go your separate ways until the day of the heist.
Yep.
So, unless anyone has anything they want to do in that time.
Only thing is to make sure I have tools for this job. I imagine I have like tools to commit crime. Good lockpick and all that.
Yeah. So, each of your characters have a wealth score. Typically, this would be more like standard, but because we're doing this kind of intro campaign. Thank you. I will. Thank you. I've just kind of given you guys some wealth depending on the backstories for your characters. This is very similar to how a vampire does wealth, so your wealth score is kind of like a vague like amount your character has money to freely spend. If you have one wealth, for instance, you have about $200 a month that you can spend freely. And if you have 2 wealth, you'd have about 400. 3 wealth, you'd have about 800. It doubles every time. So
fair enough.
So
yeah, then easily I can have those tools. It sounds like.
I mean, yeah, even wealth 1 could theoretically easily do so. But for y'all's characters, I've determined that every character besides Artie and Xavier, have wealth 2. Artie, you have wealth 1.
Oof.
Xavier, you
Get
have
wrecked.
wealth 3.
Get wrecked.
Get fucked.
What's giving me wealth 1 out of curiosity?
All your debts.
Well,
I guess that's fair.
technically, it's mostly your business at this point, but
Oh,
your backstory was I owed a lot of money. So,
that's fair.
Well, he got the money from them now, so he is wealthy. He's just, has to pay it back.
That's why he's not at 0.
well,
Fair,
most of it has been to keep his small business afloat.
fair. Just the only thing I'm procuring is I got my good stuff, my good tools for breaking into places. Fancy lock picking kit that has all the bits and bobs, and the extra thing to make sure is like a hand crank drill thing, something you like can spin real fast and it'll penetrate through.
Mm-hmm.
Not power, because that's it'd be really funny if we're like, all right, stealth accomplished, let's go. Vrr, really loud
Right.
at the window.
About how much time do we have between that night and break-in day?
Whatever you choose. I guess within reason.
I'm definitely pushing to have enough time to prepare, but don't push it off at all.
Like a week and a week of downtime.
You're garbly.
A week, so we can get like a week of downtime.
Either a week or a day. Both are perfectly workable for what I have. The only thing I will actually need is I do need narrative points to do this plan.
Yes.
I don't know if I have any.
So beyond what you may have earned through character creation, you will all also have an additional 5.
Perfect.
We won't be doing downtime yet. We'll be doing
Okay.
downtime in one big event so that I can explain everything.
Fair.
By what we have from character creation, would we get it through like background things we chose?
Yeah, some
Okay.
backgrounds did offer narrative points.
I don't have any.
Same.
You have
I just
5.
had to be well off and educated and have a
You
good
Get
career.
everything.
You got 5.
Everyone gets 5.
Yeah.
Don't worry, there'll be plenty more coming. I guess maybe worry. There'll be plenty more coming.
What you should really worry about is how greedy we all are.
That's not my problem.
No, but I can't wait to die to the chase for narrative points.
I do think Artie does what he said he's going to do. He's going to get some safety gloves and a tool belt
Okay.
all set up for it. And I guess a handgun, I think, is reasonable.
Sure.
And then I think he also makes a very makeshift mask.
Okay. I mean, there's probably a spirit of Halloween somewhere in this universe, so you can get a mask easy.
I suppose that's fair.
You know, people in this world have fancy masquerade parties.
Oh yeah.
Oh, for sure. But all right, with all your preparations set and done, you all gather at the predetermined location and begin the heist. So, for Marco, you have to use your ability twice to get to the manor.
Easy.
So are you trying to conceal yourself from everyone else?
I think Marco likes the idea of showing off to these people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't think he cares if like it's kind of known, but he's like, this could be very funny because I did build this up.
Safe. Okay. Well, then y'all are gathered around some hedge at the edge of the estate, and I guess how do you show off?
They're like crouching near a bush around the gate, just looking at the entry point, and it's Marco's just like he's got hand to chin, rubbing his chin. I think he sees like a tree that's like perfect in range. He stands up. It's like, this could be a tough cookie.
Yeah, I don't see how you're getting there.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough, but should get started. And then he disappears. As he teleports to the tree, and then teleports right underneath the camera in the blind spot. There's no sound effect, nothing. He just is gone suddenly.
Artie panics.
Cordelia's smug look that was on her face just kind of falls. She looks dumbfounded.
I just, after you're fully gone, I go, well, do you think you can do it?
Yeah.
I think
He's gone.
I think the security system just vaporized him.
No,
Artie says this as he has legally distinct hockey mask on.
No, he's over there.
There's a tinier in the distance. He does a little like, hey, little wave.
He's waving at us right now.
What happened? You all seem more confused than you should have if he just went over there.
He just teleported. He was here, and now he's over there.
I was already pretty serious, but once you say that, I get like suddenly super locked in. I'm now here for it. I'm very serious about this mission now. For more reasons.
As they're discussing what just happened, lands under that, and look, I imagine like the camera's a little high. It's
a little bit, yeah.
up. Yeah. Thankfully, I did pick Urban Climber.
Ooh.
So yeah, he just straight up like starts scaling the wall to get to this camera, because he's going to like fuck with it in a way where it looks like it just kind of degraded and then failed. He's got his little toolkit.
Okay. So you don't need to make, because you have that gives you
special climbing building climbing specialty which can be used for climbing buildings and other man-made structures.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. You won't need to roll because the base DC will be 3, so you will automatically make it. And so you're tinkering with it to make it look like it's going to fail.
There's usually like a wire, like if it's plugged in, like he can determine the power. Just like all you have to really do at that end is file it kind of like near where it's plugged in. It looks like it's just kind of falling out.
Okay. I'll say that will be a larceny, but you'll benefit from your burglary. So go ahead and make an RD6.
Yeah.
Or sorry, this will be probably Dex.
Sweet, that's a D8. It's a 3.
All right, well, that's what you have anyway. So you do it to an acceptable degree. It looks like it failed due to like erosion.
Wires get old, especially at the outside.
Cameras were installed yesterday.
I mean, hey, that's more believable. Either your tech failed 20 years later or a day later.
True.
Yeah.
I've replaced enough bullshit like in my job.
So,
Then,
well, first, before you do, I'm going to
yeah.
offer my first deal. So, somewhere far off, there is a security company who has like some guys who have the night shift, and one of their little sensors goes off, and the guy looks at it and he's like, ah, shit. Looks like one of our sensors malfunctioned. I guess we'll just let him know in the morning. The other guy thinks about it, and he gets a thought. Alex, would you like to give everyone 2 narrative points to have one of these techs begin heading out to this place now?
ooh, 2 narrative points is kind of fun.
If you think about it, it's 10 narrative points because it's all of us.
It is for everybody. Oh. I am going to say no.
Okay.
That's not where I want a complication to appear.
Okay.
If it does.
Gasp.
Oh my
Coward.
god.
And so for those of you who are watching, the GM's job is to offer devil deals throughout the adventure. Add a complication that players can choose to take or not take in exchange for narrative points, which are very, very useful because you use them for a lot of very important things. Not
did
just
just use
ascension
2.
powers.
I used 2 to teleport here.
Yeah. And in addition to that, if you guys get into combat, you need them for reactions. So, something to keep in mind. But yes, I'm going to be offering devil deals as this goes on to complicate either A or the entire party's day in exchange for points. But, all right. So, his buddy's like, nah, we'll just go in the morning. All right, you may continue.
Okay. With that, he kind of nods, sees that like the little like light indicator for the camera is off, and he just like drops down, and then waves towards the others.
Also, you could probably just send them a text.
Oh, that too. Sends a little thumbs up emoji to the criminal group chat.
Xavier, we're ready. Let's go.
I nod and stand up off of a rock or log or whatever I was sitting on. I sort of like hold out a hand to Emery to help guide me.
I'll hold your hand.
All right, I guess. Kind of like begins like almost bolting.
Okay.
What if the cameras come back on?
I just wordlessly stand up and make my way over there.
Marco is leaned against wall, browsing whatever this world's equivalent of Twitter is.
I think because Artie like sprinted, he joins you, but he like slams his back against the wall like he's hiding.
And then yeah, you slam as he's like, "Huh," and then he likes it, like something.
We'll designate this world's Twitter as Chatter.
Chatter, gotcha. That was a funny chat this guy sent.
Does that mean the other side is called Twitter bait?
Finally, X sounds like what it actually is.
Exactly. All right.
I've officially put in my notes that what this world's official Twitter is.
Yeah, you gotta have there's some form of like method to become famous on Twitter. You're like oh yeah, I'm a niche micro celebrity. People really like my chats.
You use Chatter. I'm a diehard blueiter. I got there.
Yeah, whatever the blue sky equivalent would be.
Red ground.
Yeah, Red Earth.
Red Earth and blued it.
All right, so you all huddle there underneath the window. It's this large, nice, kind of like open window frame, and this like very quaint designed, even though it's like a mini mansion at the edge of the city, near kind of like where some of the libraries and other stuff are. And looking inside, you see this individual's home is rife with all kinds of gauche and pompous like art vases and stuff.
All right, through the window. Looking for like possible location that the wires we want to kind of disconnect would be. I got experience in this, but like I'm less good at engineering or construction stuff.
Oh, well, maybe someone else could help.
That's what I'm thinking, because we have our good old what's your character name?
Oof. He's already
Just
forgot
don't
his
remember
name.
it yet. Artie, there we go. Well, Artie, as he goes through his little tools and he pulls out like a hand crank drill, hands it to you.
Oh, okay. Puts on some rubber gloves. Safety first and all that.
He shrugs. If you want.
I guess. Oh, this actually might be a thing. I do have the identify problems feat. Make an intelligence engineering check to identify problems, processes, or projects. Would that apply here?
This is not a process nor a project.
I see.
The flow of electricity from one place to another is kind of a process.
I guess I'll try to figure out where to drill.
Okay. Go ahead
to help.
and make an intelligence engineering check.
Okay.
Am I able to aid? I know we have a thing for helping each other, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so when it comes to aiding each other, how are you aiding? What is it that you're aiding with?
I have expertise in breaking into places, and like as such, I've dealt with security systems. If I was able to recognize the type of way we could bypass it, then maybe I know where it is more likely that it is to help appraise. Like, okay, it's not here, it's not here, it's not here, it's around here. Helping him identify the proper place to drill.
Okay. In which case, you would just roll your... So you're using your knowledge, essentially, of everything going on. And you do have a specialty in burglary. And so what I'm going to say is... so you're both going to roll your dice. And Alex, you will add 1 to your roll.
Yeah, because of the bond thing we have.
Oh, you guys have a bond, right? What was the feat?
Adds a +1 to the check.
For aiding bond members.
Oh shit!
Or increases the result of checks by 1.
Oh
Yeah,
no, that's
aiding
a
bond
result. Yeah,
members.
that's even better. So
Oh, does that make Devin's +1 or my +1?
no. So what happens is you're both gonna roll your stat, and then Devin is gonna use the higher of the 2 dice rolls.
Oh.
And because you're using your specialty to aid, I'm giving you a +1 to your roll. So whatever you roll, +1. If Devin's is higher, then he'll use his score. But if he uses yours, then that will be the result. And then you guys would add an additional 1 on top of it.
Sweet.
All right.
I got a 5.
I got a 4.
All right. So 5, and that upgrades to a 6 due to your teamwork. So that's a really good roll. You drill into the wall and you hit something that feels a little bit more sturdy, probably the wire. So you keep on digging through and you successfully cut the wire. Though, Devin, I'm going to offer you a devil deal. Do you want to give everyone 1 narrative point for the wire to short and to start a small fire?
we can handle a fire.
Sure.
Okay, everyone gains 1 narrative point. Yes. As you puncture the wire, you hear the sound of like an electrical component shorting, and you see smoke rapidly begin to billow out of the small hole that you've drilled.
Oh, that's not good.
Shit, something's on fire.
Way to go, bozo.
How do we put it out?
I sort of wait a few moments before any suggestion to see if anyone has anything.
Do we have any way to snuff it out? For the love of God, do not suggest water.
No, that's a bad idea.
The small flame will increase in intensity in 10 seconds.
Yeah, I wait a few seconds. Does it seem like no one's gonna suggest anything, everyone?
My first thought was to shove like something in there, like I don't know, like a glove or something to try to get no oxygen to it.
Okay. After waiting a few moments and everyone's still struggling, I place my hand on the hole we just made and want to use my erase evidence.
Okay. All right. You do so. You can feel the heat billow from inside momentarily before the surface seems to like mend itself beneath your hand, and when you remove your hand, it is gone.
Yeah, everyone watches. I just sort of put my black leather gloved hand over the hole very sort of casually, and then just sort of slide it away. And there's nothing there when I'm done.
Emery smiles.
But
And then I take a few more whiffs to see if I can still smell any smoke, or if I just making sure that I got rid of it all.
I think we're all a little bit weird here, kid. Don't worry about it. He'll pat Artie's back.
what do you mean weird? I just run a business.
You'll see. He smiles.
You're also covered in scars. What kind of business you running?
One where I get hurt a lot.
Join the club.
The type where he goes breaking and entering on his weekends, I suppose.
It's a fine enough gig.
I knock on the window and say, "All right, can anyone get this open casually?"
Good old larceny.
Okay, go ahead. This will benefit from your burglary.
He smashes it with a hammer. I'm just kidding.
That's my job.
I assume it's Dex again.
Yes, this
The
will be
most
next.
important point of breaking and entering that everyone should remember is the breaking part.
Okay,
Easy
that is a
five.
success. So it doesn't take too much effort. You pop, breaking slightly the latching mechanism for the window, but it's not very obvious at the very least. The window is opened, and it's big enough that you can each easily fit through.
Easy as that. Just he slides in first.
I
I'm
slide
going in the
second.
middle.
Hardy will
Alright.
follow.
Well, I go in third. I definitely don't want to be first or last.
Oh, then I help this blind man get into the building.
Yeah, we like go in at the same time and bump into each other. And I go, "Oh, sorry, the
Oh.
abled first."
Oh, no. Let me help you. It's
I
right
just go
here.
in.
Oh,
I just reach out and feel the big hole in the wall.
Oh, all right then.
I'll go in last.
Okay, he'll climb in.
As you all crawl into the first level of this little mini mansion, you can see that it is well carpeted. There's a bunch of gilded picture frames around and some expensive looking furniture, vases, and the like, giving this a very ostentatious yet rustic vibe. Though as you all kind of get in, you feel the temperature drop like maybe a near 10 full degrees. Strange, but maybe he just likes it cold.
Yeah.
As soon as we're in, I would like to erase my presence. I don't know how long that lasts. Is it a scene?
Well, so whenever you use the check, whenever I'd ask for it, you would spend the points to
Oh, okay.
apply it. Or if I roll against you and your DC needs to be buffed, then I'll notify you.
Alrighty. Then I prepare to use it.
Okay.
Okay. I sort of look back and forth, just out of habit of looking around. And then I sort of tap my cane a little bit to get my bearings and say, all right, follow me this way.
Emery will follow.
Let's do it. Being as sneaky as possible.
Yes. I'm definitely not rushing. Don't want to hit my nose on a wall or something.
He'll guide you a little bit if you need it.
Yeah. I'm going on my own, but I'm definitely leaving space for people to say, hey, by the way, you're about to walk right into something.
Okay. So, moving stealthily through the darkened halls of this mansion, it's very quiet. Not too much going on. Honestly, this reminds you more of like a small museum than it does someone's actual domicile. You enter into a large, like, open area that kind of has a set of double doors that leads deeper into the mansion and like another set of glass double doors that you can see into that reveals a showroom with all kinds of various kind of artifacts placed in glass cases with little lights in them to illuminate them even at this time of night. The doors don't seem to be particularly locked, so it's easy to get in. As you open them in, you walk into this space, and despite it being quiet, it has a very dusty, almost like abandoned feeling to it. Strange. For those who can see, you can see a fine layer of dust coating most of the showcases in this room.
I sort of look around, not seeing anything for obvious reasons, and then I reach into my coat and pull out the drawing again and to show to everyone and say, all right, we have to find it quickly.
We do.
What does it look like?
He has a picture.
I show my drawing again.
Okay. He wasn't paying attention to anything.
Yeah.
That's what...
As you look in the room, it's not a very large showroom, you know. It's only got like a, you know, maybe like a dozen pieces, and most of them are kind of small. You come up to a glass case that has the little statuette on a small rotating platform that emanates a soft yellow warm light.
I sort of, after this gets described to me, I turn to everyone and go, "Wow, you guys ever seen Indiana Jones?"
I'm not gonna say that.
I do. I love Harrison Chevy.
Is that a fusion between Chevy Chase and Harrison Ford?
That's what I was just
reference.
thinking.
It's a reference from Ford just being a car,
Yeah.
and then Chevy is also a car.
Okay. That's just what I just said is a timeline where Harrison Ford is significantly less likable.
I also thought that immediately. All right. I turn to my larceny expert friend and say, "Do you see any security measures?"
I will give it a good examination. I imagine it definitely does.
It does not.
Oh. There is nothing. As he's like running his hand across like the seams of it, he's like examining, everything's level. Huh.
All right. I reach out to take it.
Assuming you open the case first, you do take it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And if it's locked, to be honest, the kind of locks that lock those like cases, you can either pull it hard enough or use a screwdriver. Like they're not hard.
Yeah.
They're really flimsy.
He's also just like a rich dude who is not interested in that. Like it's for show mostly, I bet.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be like overly valued. Some of this stuff is in like what appears to be locked cases. But
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure he's feeling that his own security system is good enough at this point.
Yeah. Okay. I touch it and nothing happens, especially since I'm gloved.
Yeah, nothing happens.
Coolio. I carefully close the case again, and I turn around and say, "All right, no one touch anything else. Nothing in here other than this is particularly valuable, and we don't want to take anything else to give them another reason to look into this. The less we take here, the more likely they are to give up soon."
Actually, Cam, using my appraisal speciality, can I just look over the room and determine if there's really nothing of worth in here?
Oh, I mean, it's easy to tell. A lot of the stuff is pretty valuable.
Yeah, I was fully lying.
Many of these pieces would probably be like worth well 4.
Could I hire an assistant? Just kidding.
Is there anything also hand-shaped or sized?
Yeah, there's probably a few pieces, you know, that are not too big in particular.
Yeah, fully not trying to hide it, but because the blind man told me not to do it, I'm gonna do it and just grab something else and put it in my pocket.
Sure, you grab like an old northerner's rusted like dagger.
You do this in front of everybody, and is it completely obvious?
Oh, it's obvious.
Emery will raise an eyebrow at you, looking at you blankly.
Gasp.
Artie seems to be like looking around. I suppose we should go then.
If we have it, we should leave.
All right.
Let's hurry
He
out of here.
seems weirdly disappointed, but also like relieved.
As you turn to leave, those double doors I had mentioned before, Well, most of you anyway, see some dark liquid starting to slowly ooze out beneath the door frame.
Oh, do you think they have a sewage leak?
What?
What timing for it?
Hey, Cam.
Yes.
Can I use my specialty for this?
Yeah. What do you guys
What
mean
specialty?
sewage link?
Mystical.
You do
Because I
not
think
have
it's something-
mystical specialty. What would have given you mystical specialty?
Oh,
What skill is that specialty in?
You get specialties through your talents.
Yeah, like I have an investigation occult specialty.
yeah. Same here.
So yours is an investigation?
Yeah.
Okay. So you have, what is your specialty? Like occult investigation, mystical investigation? It is important.
Mystical investigation.
Okay, I would like to use my occult investigation specialty to see if I can also get something from people's description of this stuff.
Yeah, there just seems to be some like it's darker than it. It's not really gray water, but it looks like black water, I guess.
Well, looking at it, you don't know. As I mean, does anyone go up and touch it? Like,
No, gray water's gross.
it's not gray. I said it's dark.
I know. He doesn't know it's not natural.
Is
I
it
think
like
I wanna know.
fluid like water, or is it like thick?
It's a bit thicker than water.
Okay.
Where is it? You said it was at the door?
And
I'll guide you.
bleeding
At the
underneath
door.
the double doors that were kind of like right before the showroom.
I'm too tapping the cane in front of me so I don't accidentally just walk into it. And I'll slip my glove off and give it a light touch to see if anything happens.
All right. You do so. It is very warm. And it has, to your sense of feeling, a very, slightly, not very, a slightly viscous texture. As everyone else around you, as you see him dip his fingers into the liquid and pull it out, you can see a deep red.
Like the spot that I touched turned red.
No, the liquid itself, now that you've, like spread it out a little bit more, is very red.
Hmm.
Is it like with that? Is this pooling blood?
Maybe.
Does it smell like iron in here?
Yeah, I take a whiff now that it's on my finger.
You take a whiff of it and you get a very strong coppery smell to it.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I... Do people see where it's coming from? Is it just like coming out of nowhere here? Or does it look like it's coming from the doors?
Coming
It's
from
seeping
underneath
out
the
from
door.
underneath the doors.
So something might be on the other end.
Okay, I looked at everyone and said, you can probably tell what this is, yes.
Yeah, that is blood.
It's still warm.
I pull out my gun with a. I'm gonna say I could probably have a suppressor, right? Because I have money.
Sure.
Pull out my pistol.
He pulls out his gun. I pull out my gun.
I'm pulling out my gun too.
There's
Fuck
somebody
this.
here. For all I know, there's somebody here killing people.
Oh, actually, no, you can't have a suppressor. As
Whoa.
military specifically.
Correct.
I'm gonna.
Good citizens wouldn't need a suppressor.
True.
I'm gonna just pull Xavier back behind me, fists up.
And you pull Xavier back as the pool is just growing ever larger and larger.
I mean, this is the only way out of the room, I assume. So let's open this door while we still can with the blood.
You don't need to go through those doors. Technically, you guys came away from that. When you guys entered into this area, you saw the double doors, and then this room was to your
okay.
right.
We should probably leave. Somebody else, I guess, is robbing this place and is killing people.
We better be on our guard.
This looks like way too much blood. Just
There's something
someone
else.
being murdered.
I look to everyone and say, is it possible to get to the door without tracking through this blood?
Yeah, the door we came in.
No, I mean, like, can we
Pop
get
open the
to the
double
door it's
door.
coming out of?
No.
Or is it?
no.
Yeah.
A small
Uh,
pond of blood is forming in front of these double doors as we speak.
Yeah, I thought that might be the case. I really want to know, but I don't want to track bloody footprints throughout the house once we're leaving.
Let's back out slowly, keeping an eye on those doors.
Yeah, let's quit while we're ahead.
We have what we came for. Let's just get out of here, you know?
All right, I slipped the little statue into an inner pocket on my coat and go to lead with everyone where we can.
I am
Everyone
keeping
out.
an eye on that.
I'll take up the rear.
How terrifying would it be if, like, the statue you slipped in your pocket just slurped up the blood on your finger?
I wouldn't be surprised. All right, I also take out a little like handkerchief and wipe the blood off before putting my glove back on.
Okay. As you all leave the area, those who can see anyway, look back as the pool is growing ever larger and something rhythmically pulsing on the other side of those doors. As you can see a small ripple periodically emanating from the doors. But making the smart choice, you all decide to leave quickly. Going down those hallways, feeling colder than it did before. Leaping through the window and escaping through the yard.
All right.
So when can I expect to be paid?
I'd pull up my phone and wire you guys money right now. I probably don't want to leave traces like that, so I just pull out.
Launder it.
I pull out an envelope that I literally had on me this entire time and hand it over to you guys.
All right. I like this guy.
Is this traceable or?
Drew.
Well, it's normal money, but it's all legally obtained.
Fair. So we don't need to launder it. But you did say you ran a shop as like little slap on the back for Artie.
Yeah. Why?
That's perfect for just in the future. If we steal some money, then run it through your business.
Oh, we were doing more than one?
I mean, if we do, you did real well in there. So, like I said, baddest of the bad.
True. And I'll like just wordlessly pull out the dagger that I swiped and show it off to Marco.
Nice. Hopefully they don't notice.
Well, I'll let all of you get on with your business, whatever you all tend to do. My colleague and I will take a closer look at this statue here. If no one has anything else to say or do, I'll turn to Lee with Emery.
Have a good day, I guess.
I just tip my little half top hat to you.
Don't be strangers.
Emery smiles and nods.
All right. And you all leave, completely ignoring the strange amount of blood bleeding beneath those doors and taking a possibly cursed statue along with y'all.
Yeah, I want to know what was on those doors. However, if I'm in that situation, that is the owner of the house's problem. I don't want to know.
Yeah.
It's possibly the owner of the cursed statue's problem.
Hey, you two, let me know if your house starts bleeding.
I fully expect it to, but I really wanted to know, but everyone wanted to get out, and I didn't want to know badly enough to put myself and these other people in imminent danger.
Yeah, we're only stealing something. We don't want to know about that. Come on.
I'm very interested in the occult, but I'm cautious about it.
Depending on the situation, the guy could view this as like a blessing, like as a miracle, that he's like, oh my god, this statue has been bleeding in my house, it's horrifying, and it's gone. Oh, thank god.
Well, that's sort of why my character wants to steal it, is because he's like, this is too dangerous. I assume this is a cult, and it's too dangerous if it is to keep it in some random guy's possession.
All right. So, to pay everyone off, Booter, you'll need to temporarily go down to wealth 1.
Oof.
Okay.
And for everyone else, you'll get a plus next to your wealth. So the plus just means that you can spend your wealth without your wealth rating going down.
Yay, 1+. Let's go.
Hype.
Already realizing he's been lied to all his life, that crime is hard and crime doesn't pay.
And then Booter, make sure you record that your default wealth is 3. It will recover over time. Typically, you'll recover 1 wealth per month.
Okie dokie.
So, now that the job is done, y'all get some free time to develop as you so choose. So, the 333 is a mission-based game. So, typically, you'll go on a mission, and a mission will last, a day, maybe 2, never really more than like a week. And you'll get to spend the other weeks in a month doing a variety of downtime activities. Now, each month has, let's see, we'll title it here. This is like we'll call this Pentas. Pentas is the 5th month of a year. Oh, why did it just go away like that? Is Pentas there for y'all?
Is what there? Sorry?
Where should it be? There it
I
is.
There it
There
is.
it is.
Yeah.
All right. Because I'm also going to be keeping track of what date it is. And we'll say that you guys take that mission, and then it goes next week as the beginning of Pentis. So you have. Let's see here. Let me draw. Made these a little too big. Not resize these. I need to learn the hotkeys. That's going to be important. All right, so you have 5 weeks to do what you want before the next month, more or less. I'm just creating visual aids because hopefully this will make it easy for you to comprehend.
Sorry, is Pentis just the month we're in?
Yes. Am I spelling week right? My dyslexia is hurting me.
No, you
Oh,
got
you
it.
spelled it right.
Yeah.
You're good.
Well, unless your world's
No, it's spelled
spelled
the
as,
same.
like- Okay.
Or more correctly, this is just the English translation for the words that are being written here.
It's actually 3 E's, but the third one is silent.
Ah.
So,
But
There's
never
a
has the
silent
fourth
E at the beginning, and it's 3 E's in the middle, with the middle one being silent, and then it ends with an E as well.
by default, you have only a few actions you can take during a given week. You can improve one of your skills. When you improve a skill, you give it a little mark. An asterisk on your sheet would probably be good enough. Whenever you work on a skill and those number of asterisks go to a amount of one more than the next rank would be. So for instance, many of you guys have 1 rank in in one of your stats. If you go to 2 asterisks working on it, then you'll upgrade it to 2. And then you'll need 3 to upgrade it to 3 and 4 to upgrade it to 4. So you can work on your skills. You can work on your stats, though your stats are much longer to upgrade. They need the new rank in months to work on. And you'll need to accumulate that, so. Granted, there will be much easier and faster ways to do it, but just so you know. You want your character to get ripped, then you're going to spend a lot of time working out. Or you can visit with your NPCs. This removes them from your personal events deck, which I'll get to here in a moment. And typically that just works on improving your bond. And as you improve your bond with your bonds, whether it's a work bond or a personal bond, you will upgrade the bond level, which will give new talents for your bonds. The final thing you can do, unless you gain any other abilities that allow you to do other weekly activities, as through some of the feats, you can draw from your personal event deck. This means that some event is happening in your life that week, and your personal event deck has 1 card by default, which is Chance Encounter. And each of your bonds... Oh, my music's getting a little too hype for what's going on right now. Each of your bonds goes into your event deck. And Xavier, who between you and your compatriot has the statue at?
I believe me.
Yeah, you do.
All
Yeah,
right.
Unless you would try to take it from me.
Then
won't.
your statuette also enters your event deck.
Okay.
Now, when you draw your event deck and you get like a bond, for instance, depending on the depth of your bond and also the rank of your bonds, random events will happen. And you can ignore that bond and do something else, but that will cause that bond to degrade. So businesses will start to lose money, personal bonds will start to degrade until eventually, they no longer wish to associate with you and the like. So, and I'll write down a list of the things you can do to make it easier for y'all. I haven't been able to get this done yet because write visit bonds, work on skills or stats, and draw personal events. Yeah, I think that's everything for now. All right, so starting with the first week, what do y'all want to do?
I know what I want to do.
All right, go ahead and go first.
I have a talent in sciences, scientific method, which gives me the experimentation downtime activity.
Okay.
It allows me to discover properties of objects or processes. So I would like to use experimentation to test stuff about the little statuette.
Okay, so for an experiment, you will ask a question about a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then your experiment will either prove that question, disprove that question. If you get over successes based on the DC, you may also gain other information.
Okay. Can Emery, if Alicia wants to help me look into this, use a visit thing to aid me and increase our bond or something?
You guys can aid each other during downtime activities. That will be your downtime activity for that week, which I guess I can add that to the list of aid ally.
Okay.
I'll be willing to help, of course.
So we can't double this up as a bonding experience.
No.
Sad. Okay. The thing I would like to know is, I guess first, because my plan is to experiment with this for a while, Alicia. You can do whatever, but I think I might spend a lot of weeks experimenting on this. But my first one is I'm interested in first knowing the origin of this object, and as such, I also have a history talent. I assume it wasn't made in the last 100 years.
Yeah, you do not recognize this as something that's made last 100 or so years.
My modern history wouldn't apply, but artifacts would. So I can make a history check to identify the local. This is one where dyslexia took over for sure. I assume I can figure out where and when an object was made, basically.
Yes, probably. I was also working with a baby at the time, so
Yeah.
there's probably just gonna be mistakes. But okay, so first of all, this might actually be an investigation rather than an experiment.
Oh.
I can help with that.
So
In that
investigations are different. Investigations are you're looking into something or a thing. This is gonna be a very common activity for your group to take.
Okay, I guess we could start with an investigation and go into experimentation later once we know more about it.
Okay, so
In that case,
what?
would my history, anthropology, and/or occult investigation apply to this?
Well, so what happens when you start an investigation is a new deck gets formed called a investigation deck. So, well, deck is probably not the best way to put it, but an investigation is a ongoing activity. Let's see here. I can shrink the text down. Investigate. And you guys are doing the statuette. All right, that's how you spell statuette. Oh, you guys can't see it yet.
ETT.
Not yet.
Yeah.
I think I can
Yeah.
make that a little bit bigger. Okay. So you investigate the statuette, and based on how mysterious or how, like, the level of the investigation, more or less, there will be results like this. So we'll do... Oops. And for this one, I'm going to set this as... Yeah, I'm going to set this as a much higher one. Okay. All right. So, here is your investigation. And so, you or anyone on the team can spend a week investigating the whatever it is, using whatever relevant checks with DCs I set, and you'll reveal information based on a die roll. Which this can be increased or decreased depending on the discoveries. Fine.
Okay.
Okay.
As those who have the investigation talents, you'll probably recognize now. You have things that are relevant to this this mechanic.
I don't.
I do have the investigation talent, so it's perfect.
Unless my specialty comes into play.
All right, so week one, Booter, you're doing this investigation. How would you like to investigate the statuette?
I guess I am sort of going through like records and articles of where, like, I'd make like a loose guess based on what I know about the statue and history in general, and then go through articles and books and all that of the like general area or time period I assume it should be around from, and then like trying to narrow it down through that.
Okay, so you're making a history check.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you have a specialty in like artifacts under your history?
I have anthropology, which artifacts could fall under.
I will say that does not apply for this one.
No. Occult doesn't apply.
You don't have a history occults
Okay.
thing yet. That would be an investigation check, which would be a different kind of. Because your specialties mostly only apply under the skills in which you have the specialties.
So, history, D6.
Yeah, this would be an intelligence history.
Oh, D10, +3.
Oh, D10 minimum 3. Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Okay. The DC for this was 5, so you succeed. So go ahead and roll a D8.
I'm so
Nice.
good at this.
Okay. Excellent. That's actually very, very, very nice.
Oh, so he gets the 7 or 8 result on there, I guess.
Correct.
I
Also,
see.
does my history, artifacts, talent help
And what's that one do?
make a history check, identify exactly what I'm trying to figure out, when and where it was made.
Artifacts. You can make a history check to identify the locale an object was most likely made in and the era it would have been crafted in.
You spelled locale wrong.
The autocorrect doesn't say so.
There's an E at the end of locale. You spelled local.
Oh, that is locale. Yeah, local. You're correct. I have dyslexia.
I get it.
All right, I have fixed that on the sheet though. All right, so that's. I mean, you could have done that the second you saw the statue, if you wanted to.
Oh.
Yeah. So.
Well, I didn't see it, did I? I guess then I'd like to know more about I want to go more in depth about the people in place that made it.
Okay,
Like,
well, first of all,
get
you don't
more
get to decide. You made a discovery.
Yeah.
So, the discovery for this one, using your history, the statuette in question, well, you made the discovery that the statuette in question is anomalous in its design. It has a design that much more tracks back to like early humanity. Not quite like the Stone Age or anything like that, but like early, second era humanity, where they were just kind of like making stone statues and carving and all kinds of stuff like that. The design and everything speaks to something like that coming from the... Gotta look at my names here real quick. Coming from the continent of Extol. I'll type that out. Dating back well over like 2,000 years ago. But the weathering on the statuette does not imply that it has existed for that long. And even more strange, the statuette, carbon dating wise, for like the stone it was made in, would put the stone like dating back millions of years, which would mean, for all intents and purposes, that to get this stone, they would have had to dug incredibly deep. Like, some of the deepest mines on this planet might not be even able to get stone samples of that age.
Well, this is interesting.
I want to make sure. I'm assuming I'm here with you, correct?
Yeah, we can do investigating together.
Okay, because he definitely wants to know what's up with the statue.
All right, so anomalous dating will be the discovery you made on this one. So you'll just need to write that down. So whoever crafted it back in the day must have had the ability or capability of getting to stone much deeper than even current day mining operations would normally be able to get to, and then keep it preserved for a couple millennia with very little weathering. Seems strange. All right. Who else wants to do something this week? I imagine everyone should.
I would like to train endurance.
Okie dokie. So go ahead and just put an asterisk next to your endurance.
I'm training larceny.
Okay.
I'm training engineering.
Okie dokie.
My character's with Xavier, trying to help him out and curious to see what the statue really is.
Okay. Go ahead and or how are you investigating the statue yet then?
I was gonna use my investigation, and I know I don't have a specific thing in the artifact.
But what, like, narratively, tell me, what are you investigating?
Like, what information are you trying to glean?
Or how are you trying to get this information?
Well, since we discovered that was dug by the people, I want to look in more into them and see what kind of technologies they had. Maybe.
Okay.
Or like,
Technically, you couldn't look into that this week because it's taking Xavier this week to figure that out.
oh, it's true. Sorry. Sorry, I came in at an awkward time. I didn't want to interrupt him. I was gonna help him assist with that, but he was okay.
So you could, for instance, investigate how this guy got the statuette.
I wouldn't mind that.
Sure. All right, go ahead and make an investigation roll.
Okay. I have not done a roll this game.
So this one will be probably intelligence. So what is your intelligence die type?
My intelligence is at an 8.
So you roll a d8.
Okay.
Okay. And then the minimum you can get on this is equal to your investigation score, which I believe for you is 2.
Yes.
Okay. Fortunately, this is a pretty easy investigation. So a basic roll was all you needed for this success. So I need you to go ahead and roll for me a d6. Okay.
Oh.
You guys are getting all the juicy bits of information first, I see. Okay. While looking into the statuette, you come across some disturbing news. The statuette has been circulating in kind of like collector's possession for the last about 15 years. Every person who has owned the statuette up until this point has met a strange death by inexplicable causes, either whilst in possession of the statue or shortly after selling the statuette.
Interesting. I will definitely let Xavier know about this.
So you have the discovery of strange deaths around the statuette, which I guess Peter can just update his sheet with.
I guess as a freebie, would they know how the person we stole it from died if they did die?
Well, if that it has not come out in the news yet, so unless you want to go make a door call or a house call.
Might be an interesting thing to look into later.
Okay. I believe that's everyone for week 1. Week 2.
Endurance again.
Okay. More skill training.
I feel like this is going to throw everybody off. But I'm going to invest in engineering some more.
Okay.
I'd like to do the same with larceny.
Okay.
So I just needed to train 2 weeks to get it up to rank 2, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Then I have a question. What was the brace reaction? Because the thing I have doesn't have it.
Oh, did I ever not actually add that?
Oh, I have an old version. You just never resent it if you did make it.
I need to double check real quick. I've not put the brace reaction on here. So the brace reaction, when you receive a injury, you can spend one of your reactions to make an endurance check versus the severity of the injury, and you would reduce the injury level by 1. I'll get it typed out, so that's what it does.
Epic.
All right. What about Xavier or Emery?
I'd like to investigate more about the people who made the statue, and maybe try to find out like what kind of technologies they had.
Okay. That would probably be a history check.
Would you like me to take over that for you?
Oh, of course.
Okay. That way, because that's sort of my specialty, that way you can do something you're better at.
That's very true.
All right, well, while you're thinking about that, then Booter, go ahead and make a history check. And anthropology will benefit this. And I believe your anthropology will probably make this 5, right? Because you have 3 in history.
That's what you said. Yeah.
Yes, so that'll make it a 5. Okay. So that is a success, and this is technically an over success if you have the what is it? Professional talent for investigation.
I don't.
Okay. Then you don't get any additional discoveries.
My specialty.
No, it just means it's easier for you to make the check.
Hmm.
So go ahead and roll for me a d4. Two. All right. All right, so I'll just have this last one remaining. All right, so looking into the peoples of the time, you know, match many of the distinct, like, gods or spirits that the people at that time worshipped. There's a possibility that this is representative of like a evil spirit, but none match exactly the statuette's description. Though you do discover when you're looking into all of this that the statuette has a myth from where it originally came from, that a strange statue that matches the rough description of this statuette, though not exact, is a spirit that does challenges, puts people through trials in hope to overcome these trials and to come out on the other side a stronger person. So you can mark down on the statuette, Totem of Trials. All right, Emery, what are you doing?
Can I look more closely into the deaths of the other collectors who own the statue? See if there's a pattern.
Sure, go ahead. Go ahead and make an investigation roll.
Okay. Oh.
Okay, and your investigation is 1. Correct?
2.
Oh, it's 2. Okay, so you got 2. All right, and what were your talents?
My talents were investigation, craft, science, and insight.
What talents did you select from investigation?
Informant.
And you said you have 2, right?
Yeah.
You should have 2 talents from investigation.
Oh.
And then a specialty, right? Or did you get your specialty from your background?
Also, informant would have been your rank 2 one, so you would have had to have a rank 1 talent.
I'm so sorry.
It's all good. I did ask if you guys were confident on your character sheets.
I thought I had it, but clearly I don't know.
We won't know how confident we are until the problem comes up.
I guess so. That's true.
Well, did your specialty for investigation come from your backstory?
It would have had to have been from talents. There's no investigation in the background.
Oh, well then that's the first talent.
Yep. So that must be it. So you got specialist. I'd make sure you mark that down.
Thank you. I'm so
So
sorry.
you did it right.
Well, maybe. Slug did the confusing thing on her character sheet that seemed to mess everyone up about separating specialties and talents.
I didn't separate them. I just have it's an area where I just pull what specialties I have. If I get a specialty from a talent, I'll still put that in my talent area.
Don't worry. I think I'm just confused, guys. Don't worry.
Are you still confused?
No.
Are
Okay.
you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. Your specialty doesn't apply to this because this is not a mystic investigation. So, you don't pull anything this week. You look into their deaths, and it is unsure as to what happened to most of them. Most of the reports were kept secret, for privacy's sake, and unfortunately, that just makes looking into it that much more difficult.
Okay.
Alrighty. So that is week 2 done.
It
All right.
takes 2 weeks to get a full skill, right? Like a
No,
rank
it
up?
depends on how many you need to get to the next level. So,
I assume from 1 to 2, it's 2 weeks.
yes, correct. So that'll increase your skill rank by 1, and then you'll be able to pick up a new talent
Wahoo.
from either the first or second ranks. All right, week 3. What are y'all doing?
How much NP is it to draw from our personal deck?
Is 2 NP.
Do that or just go rank 3 endurance.
I kind of do want to try pulling from a personal deck.
That's fine. Let's do it. I'm doing it. Spend the 2.
Okay. All right. So you have 1 social bond, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I need you to roll a d4 for me, please. Okay. Your contact gets a hold of you. Who's your bond? Who's your criminal contact?
A man by the name of Amos Wood.
Okay.
Do you want more than that, or?
Yeah.
Okay, he is he was an alchemist during the 333. Now, kind of using some of the equipment that he had during that, is now just a drug dealer.
Well, I'll say he doesn't know he was an alchemist at that time. No one remembers anything that happened in the 333.
That's fair. Kind of just woke up one day with all this equipment in the house that he wasn't in at the start of it, and just kind of repurpose some of the equipment to now just make normal everyday drugs.
Okay. All right, and this is a moderate contact, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so he is considered a rank 3 contact. So you need to roll a D6 or D8. I believe it is D6. Roll a D6 for his event. All right. So he has a favor to ask of you. If you accept doing this favor for him, your relationship will improve by, 1 asterisk as if you had spent the week with him. If you don't spend the week doing that, your relationship will degrade.
And what is this favor?
It's a small. It's not anything major. He's just asking you to go deliver something for him in the week. More or less, it's you spend the week essentially visiting someone, but more mandatory.
That's fair. I'll do so.
Okay. So go ahead and put an asterisk next to that bond. And your bonds will have special events depending on what you get on that dice roll whenever they come up. Also, he is a professional bond, correct? He's not like he's someone that is in a business doing a business.
Yeah.
So he goes down on a cooldown. He'll be on cooldown for 3 draws from your personal deck, essentially. So he won't be in your deck for the next couple of draws. Okay, but yeah, essentially, you do a favor for him, and he likes that. Thumbs up. All right, next.
I'll spend time with my bond. I'll strengthen it.
Okay. All right, this is the visit action. You do so, and you just get a free asterisk.
Whoa.
And doing so also puts them on cooldown for your deck, and you also have a moderate bond, correct? Business bond?
I do, yes.
Yeah, okay. So he also goes on cooldown for 3 pulls from your deck. All right, anyone else?
This is for week 3?
Yes.
I can visit someone I don't have a bond with to make a bond, right?
Typically, if you know of an NPC, otherwise you need to have a chance encounter.
Yeah, can I make a bond with someone I know?
Sure. In what way?
I want to get closer because my main job is like a scholar, but I do like professor work, sort of. Like I teach a class at a university, and I have a teaching assistant that I want to get closer to.
Sure. Okay. That's fine. So this will be a rank 1. What was the word? This is a rank 1 social bond, and this person is a. It's a word. It just means like. Just means like a normal person, not like someone who is a professional or anything.
Layman.
It's like civilian, I think, is close, but not exactly. I'll think of the word. I used to have it, but it's dropped down my brain. All right, so to form a bond with an individual, you spend the visit action to do so. And you just need to have a small social combat with them.
I will. I'm gonna win.
Kick their ass.
Damn, I really wish I took that other history talent now. Would have helped a lot here.
All right, so how social combat generally works is you have a goal in mind for this conversation. In this case, this is to form a bond, and this individual is not anyone who's too particularly important. So you need to gain 3 successes throughout this combat to succeed. The person has a general level of patience, and most people have a level of patience equal to their willpower. So for most people, they have a patience of 6. Players get unlimited patience, essentially.
Hear that, Alex? You're making bank.
Whoa, oh shit.
But yeah, so essentially you need to get 3 successes over the course of 6 rolls. Otherwise, if you get too many failures, then you'll gain a negative modifier with them, or even turn them into a rival potentially. If it's neutral, like not too many losses, not too many successes, then it's just it doesn't go anywhere. But if you get the 3 successes by the end of the conversation, then you succeed in getting what you want, which in this case is forming a bond with this individual.
I can't wait to fail 3 times in a row and make an academic rival for myself.
All right, so what are you doing for this conversation? How do you start?
I think it's just sort of like after a class, I'll sort of hold them back, and I want to ask them, like, how's the work treating you? Is it too much? I know that since my loss of my eyesight, it's been a little harder on my assistant, so I want to check in on that front, sort of.
Okay. So they're not going to resist this influence. Just you need to make a communication check. This will be use your charisma. Okay, that's a success.
So good.
They've been doing a good job. They've been doing their best as they can. The hardest part is just, preventing students from getting on their phones during your lectures, since you can't see. But they're managing.
I'm glad. I'd like to show them my appreciation for what their work, because I know paperwork nowadays, they have to take up a lot more of that too, since no one's out here doing their homework in Braille.
Right.
And I try to help where I can as my duties, but it's a little harder. I want to thank them for that, show my appreciation there.
Okay. Considering this is mostly an unpaid position by them, just getting the benefit of your access, they have been having to do a lot of work considering you're blind. So I'm going to give you a devil deal here. Will you take 2 failures for 2 narrative points?
I will.
Okay. They're like, oh, thank you, Professor. Your appreciation means so much. Gritting their teeth knowing that they've essentially been doing your job during the entire time.
Yeah.
And, the least you could do is, give them some money or something.
Yeah, it's especially since after losing my eyes, I've delved more into occult stuff, so taking more time to, research stuff. Yeah. I would like to invite them out for, because I assume it's an afternoon class or something, and I want to invite them out to have a meal, to at a nicer restaurant, sort of show my thanks.
Okay. This will be a charisma manipulate.
Okay. I'm so good at talking.
All right. Success and over success. They agree. They would like to do that, and that kind of solved their earlier, internal problem of at least pay me. Getting a nice meal sounds good too. That's 3 successes.
So I did it?
Yep.
I have a friend?
You've made a minor social bond.
Finally. This is why we play tabletop, to live out our fantasies.
Makes
Oh.
Amazing.
Making a friend.
It's also,
All right.
unfortunately, giving you the idea that pizza parties can fix everything.
It is true, though. Name a problem a pizza party couldn't solve.
So when you get a name for this NPC, let me know. I'll let you decide, or we can just use a name generator. But now I get to roll their traits, and then you can discover them as you go.
This person's name is Alan.
Assistant Alan Grant.
Okay, roll for me a d20, please.
Oh no. Alan, did I screw you? You were so young, just born.
Natural 1. Oof.
Okay, and one more d20, please. For both of the rolls, huh? Let's see. Interesting.
Over the course of our dinner, I learn more about Alan and go, actually, I don't know if I want to be friends with this guy. Seems completely useless.
It's not bad necessarily. They're kind of randomized, but all right. I got your trait set up for your bond.
Nice.
We'll determine how they'll act moving forward. Let's see.
Congratulations, Alan. You will now serve forever as my connection to my work.
All right. What is everyone else doing?
Engineering, baby.
All right. We're working on engineering.
And that gets me another rank. Let's go.
All right, Alicia.
I think after all this staying inside investigating, he's getting a massive headache. And he'll work on his endurance.
Okay. Go and put an asterisk next to your endurance.
Sweet.
All right. After that week, news comes out that a somewhat popular historian had been murdered in their own home. This is the individual whom you all robbed earlier, or at the end of last month. There we go.
Dun dun dun.
Would I know, because I heard about this statue from the guy.
Yes.
Would I know when he got the statue?
He mentioned it probably getting it back a few months ago.
Okay. Yeah, I was more worried about, like, am I in danger right now? It seems like there's a little leeway for us to figure things out about it. Okay. But now that I schmoozed my teaching assistant, they can do more work while I dive deeper into research.
It's fair. But yeah, so the historian died, and they said a somewhat brutal event. The police won't go into too much details, but there has been there is a warrant for whoever committed this crime. All right, week 4. What are y'all doing?
You know.
Working on. Oh, sorry.
Oh, If you have something, go for it.
Oh no, you go. I interrupted you.
All right, I'm gonna invest in my business.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and put a star next to your business.
Doop. How does this one go up, by the way? Out of curiosity.
It's the same as skills.
Okay, so because it's a minor, the second week would improve it, or no?
Yes. Well,
Ah.
yeah. So it's a minor business, so it's a rank 1 business, and you have a bond with it that improves overall how this business works, and you'll be able to improve the rank of the business through business talents that you get with your business bond.
Oh, did I get anything for the minor one?
I haven't written up the list for that quite yet because I didn't notice he had a business bond until like today. But
No worries.
mostly it would be like checks revolving the business. You get a +1 to your rolls or something like that. So
Fair.
I'll develop a lot of those bonds as time goes by. But baby. Anyway, so that being said, Alicia, what are you doing?
I will work on endurance again.
All right. Go to work on your endurance. What else is everyone doing this week?
Would a possible finish to this investigation, could it be like me going to my social circle of academics and asking around to see if anyone has sort of more details about this guy's death? See if I can see like narrow down the effect or see what the statue caused.
You don't feel like that would work, as the police were the one who probably found this individual in whatever state it was. Your academic partners probably would have very little idea.
I thought you all were friends. We don't just hang around each other because we have to, because we're in the same academic circle.
They're all busy.
Okay. I think I would leave the finishing of this investigation up to my friend, and I would want to start the experimentation to figure out like what the statue causes, what it does.
Okay, so you want to start an experiment?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the question about the statue you'd like to have answered?
I don't have to be super careful about my wording with this. Yeah, I'm looking for like its effect, like what influence does it have on the people around it and all that.
Well, unfortunately, you just don't have the means to look into that at this time.
Mm.
The only thing you could really do is just keep it on you or give it to someone and watch what happens after a few weeks.
Yeah. Alan. No, I wouldn't do that to my boy.
Mm.
I don't know. I guess I'll sort of take a break and try to increase. I don't know. What would be important for me to increase?
I mean, anything you want to be good at, I would imagine.
Someone else go before me.
All right, Alex, what do you want to do?
Let's see what happens if I do that visit bond again. See if that ranks up.
Unfortunately, your bond is busy and is unable to be visited again this month. So,
parkour. Let's bump that bad boy up.
all right, and go practice your parkour. Did you do anything this week, Slug?
No, I was about to ask. Do you have the grappling weapon skills or talents done.
Oh, I do not have the grappling stuff done. Are you looking to go into grappling?
I was, but I'm also just looking to get endurance up, so I'll just get that as well. Because I was going to do feats of strength to get the grappling weapon skill.
Yeah, I mean, when you get it, that just incentivizes me to work on it, so.
Yeah, let's go for endurance.
Okay. Okay, I think that's everyone besides Boot or whatever you're improving.
I think I'll just do a event. I want to pull an event.
Okay, spend 2 NP. All right, you have the statuette and
Alan.
Alan. That is true. Yeah, Alan would be available, and then of course you have the chance encounter. So go ahead and roll for me a d6.
Oh, also, I'm looking at my stuff. Insight, I have People Watcher, so I automatically reveal 1 trait whenever making a social bond.
Oh,
Give
okay.
me one of Alan's traits.
All right, his primary trait is accepting.
Oh, I'm so glad I didn't decide to give Alan this the statuette as a test subject. I would have felt really bad after finding that out.
Yeah, so wherever you have Alan's notes, his primary trait, because they get 2 traits, a primary and a secondary. His primary trait is accepting. Alan's a pretty accepting individual. They're willing to hear you out, even if things seem not to be on your side. And if you do anything strange in front of them, they'll be less concerned.
Your second one is enabler. Just kidding.
But so go ahead and roll for me d6.
Cool.
Hey, well, I guess Alan wants to spend time together. Oh, that's right. They're personal bonds. That's what they are. Like a friendly bond. That's what it is. Been jarred. All right. Go ahead and roll for me a d4. Okay. Alan wants to get your help with some of their work assignments during the week. And, since you've offered to take him out to dinner and everything, he feels like, he could ask you for some help. So you spend the week helping Alan. This will improve your bond by 1 asterisk. Or you can say no, redraw from your deck, and degrade it.
Alan, after learning how accepting you are, I actually don't want to help you. I think you'd be really amenable to that.
Where's the chase?
You got to play hard to get, Alan. That's the thing. This is why you don't have any friends.
All right. That is week 4 done. Last week of Pentas.
More endurance.
More endurance.
More parkour.
Goddamn.
More parkour.
Oh, I guess that's fair. It would just allow you to boost your endurance twice if you just hard focused it, huh?
Yeah, I would have had endurance 3, but I decided to draw from the deck.
Oh, I see.
All right. Everyone else?
Business.
Business. Okay.
What does minor become?
It's still a minor business. It's just your bond goes to bond rank 2. I'll show you the sheet again, the bond sheet.
Okay.
So, the bond sheet, you have that rank or level at the top. Business don't have traits or secrets. So your business
Not
level
unless
is
I
a...
make them.
Sorry?
I'm just kidding. Not unless I make them.
I mean, that's true. Your business is a low-level business, but the higher your bond with the business, the more likely you'll be able to like upgrade it as time goes by. Pretty much like every third bond rank, you'll be able to upgrade the business's wealth output for you.
Fair. It's an investment.
It is. And it gets some traits where it's like you'll be able to do secret things at your business, or your business might be able to perform some other purposes. When I develop the traits for that, I'll do so. Like I said, I was unaware that you had a business up until like I looked at your sheet today.
No worries.
Or late last night. I don't know, something along those lines.
To be fair, I thought I had a business contact.
Yeah.
So-
No worries. All right. I still believe we have Xavier and Emery.
What are you doing, Alicia?
I'm thinking to see what's up with the murder investigation, See exactly how he died.
Okay. Sure. Technically, that would potentially be another investigation, but it ties into the statuette. So, go ahead and make an investigation check. This will be an intelligence investigation. So, whatever your intelligence die type is.
Okay. My intelligence is 8. Sorry, I thought.
No, you're fine. Oh, good. That's actually a success. It was a DC 5.
Oh, yes.
All right. Asking around, you managed to use your investigative prowess to get some information. We'll call him Mr. Javier. So Mr. Javier was found in his estate after a wellness call was asked in by one of his friends. He's found roughly like 3 or 4 days after you all had made your burglary, and he was found sitting at his desk in his study. And it appears that he had taken a knife and ripped a hole in his gut from the bottom of his rib cage to his pelvis.
As you do.
Oh.
In addition to this, the report states strange symbols were written onto the ground using his intestines.
Can you get your hands on those pictures?
Oh, I definitely want to. I want those pictures.
Well, unfortunately, your check doesn't allow for that. You just looked for what was happening, and that would be probably more difficult unless you have a police contact. But the report also states that a estimated 15 gallons of blood had soaked into the floor surrounding the desk and bleeding out into the foyer.
Okay. I'll definitely let Xavier know this immediately.
How many gallons of blood are in a typical person?
Not that many.
Let's look it up.
Oh, thank you. I didn't want to look it up.
6.
6. So,
Not gallons though. It's like liters.
oh
Yeah.
no,
yeah.
an adult human typically has 1.2 to 1.5 gallons of blood in them.
You guys said 6, and I went, "That's crazy." Do I just grossly underestimate the amount of blood in someone?
Which means roughly 10 times a normal human's blood was found there. Did the music stop? It did. Stupid YouTube. Also, why are you not repeating? Oh my god.
I was wrong. It's 5 liters of blood.
Anyway, so yeah. And then what are you doing this week, Booter?
guess I sort of want to. I'm getting more interesting plot hooks here that I want to look into, but that one investigation spot is still left open, and it's really bugging me. All right,
You only have a few months.
I know. I would like to. I gotta do it. I'm gonna try to clear out that investigation.
Okay. How are you looking into this last thing? You got this information. Well, I guess no. It won't be until the end of this week, so you don't know how the guy died yet.
Yeah. I am. I think I want to try to look into more about this totem of trials, like what the deal with that is, if there are any like related stories about that.
Okay. Sure.
Or like potentially just vaguely related mythology and stuff.
Okay, so
Whatever
you're
I can
looking
find,
into
really.
myths around it.
Yeah.
All right, this will be a history check then.
Anthropology help?
No.
Oh.
This is a little bit more specific than anthropology. All right, that is a success though.
Yeah.
All right. The Totem of Trials. You do find some Extoli myths around the Totem of Trials. It was said to have been carved by a guardian god who warns that the end of the world was coming and strong warriors would need to come to the world's aid before it ends. Approximately 5 of these statues by the myth should exist, given to the most powerful Extoli champions at the time. And the story goes that great misfortunes would come upon them in ever-increasing intensity. Only those who succeed in all the trials would be deemed a champion of the end times. As you're reading through this, though, where do you keep the statue at?
I have an office that I do my like history research in, and I think I've like made a few lock boxes in like hidden compartments and stuff to keep certain mystical like records and objects. So I think I have it in like like since I'm actively researching it, I think I have it like in a hidden compartment in one of the drawers in my desk.
Okay.
So I have sort of easy access to it.
All right. I need you to roll for me a d4, please. Okie dokie. As you are listening to like a recorded version of this information at your desk, you hear a small clang, and suddenly you're smacked across the face, leaving a pretty nasty gash. You suffer a light injury as your old desk lamp that you no longer need to use broke, swinging and striking you. You gain 1 narrative point.
Ouch.
Nothing ominous about that.
I need to have people look into my things more often. I just like grab the lamp and angrily throw it on the ground. I don't even need this anymore. Ah. All right.
All right, and that is the end of Pentis. At the end of this month, you all have a dream. You find yourself back in... Actually, I need to change the music. This is too serene and nice sounding for what I'm trying to do. I mean, there's nothing
suspicious. It's been a long time
suspicious
since I
going
had
on.
since a pleasant dream.
You find yourself back in the showroom. And as you turn around to leave, the blood has pooled into a small, like it fills the mansion to near ankle height. It bleeds into the room that you're in. And you see something reaching out from the center of the pool. Though its arm, if it could be called that, doesn't look human. I need for you all to make for me an endurance ego check, please.
Oh no.
Can't wait to ascend right now. I've been rolling good today.
Yeah.
As long as it's not a D20, I can roll good.
He's not terrible.
What an average party. What the fuck?
Yeah, what the
Got
heck?
one endurance.
That's insane.
Everyone
Oh,
point
wait
and
a
laugh at
second. That should
Booter.
be a D8. No, wait. It's ego, not con.
Yeah.
I got endurance 1.
Yep. It just means that you can't... It just means you get an endurance talent more than anything.
For your information, Slug, 4 is also average on a D6.
Yeah, but you're different.
All right.
You're blind in this? What the fuck?
Your mind sensing danger awakens you before you see something you should not see. You all succeed.
Okay.
But you all feel a sense of dread as whatever happened at that mansion was more than just a little heist.
Are we all being attacked right now?
No, you wake up.
Oh, okay. I thought we woke up and then saw something. So
No,
I was like,
no.
oh god.
Like I said, your brain woke you before you saw anything you shouldn't have.
I see, I see.
Okay.
All right. We move on to the next month of Hexen. And I should mention, especially now, since a story event has happened, you guys have had some chances to improve your stats on a variety of things. You guys can always work together, talk to each other, have a meeting, do normal, RPG stuff. the dream may be a little concerning.
A little
I'll give
bit.
as a nudge. Or you guys can just continue doing downtime and, hope it doesn't get worse.
I mean, I can't afford a therapist. My wealth won salary.
Since we're looking into this together, Alicia, I will ask you if you. Well, I guess I'll just mention sort of the dream I had as a this is strange and it seems related.
He'll definitely talk about his dream too, and be nervous that we had the same dream. He thought it was a coincidence at first, but
I have something I want you to look into. I think you have better resources for it than me.
okay.
I take out the handkerchief that I had when we were in the mansion that I rubbed the blood on. Could you test this blood to see if it's natural? Maybe if all that blood belonged to the professor there, or if there's something strange about it. It's what you said, there was way too much blood, and now with the stream of something coming out of it, I want to see if there's something strange about the blood itself, or if it's mundane and the effects are happening through it.
Yeah, I can definitely have someone look into this, but we should talk to the others too.
Yes, I am curious if everyone there that night had similar dreams. I send in the bat signal. Assemble.
Type a Cthulhu face in the group chat. But
The group chat that he thought was dead is alive again. He's like, oh no.
yeah, so I don't know, what message do you send to everyone?
I suppose I'm gonna send something along the lines of, good evening, everyone. I'd like to have a follow-up meeting about our to wrap up any of the remaining issues from our previous mission, see if there's, and potentially remove any hidden dangers that we might face.
What do you mean hidden dangers?
That is ominous.
I message back. Do you guys get any weird dreams too? Dreams seem a little too vivid to be normal.
I just immediately go, I'd rather talk about this in person.
There was like typing and then it stopped.
I just send
Probably
back
same.
a thumbs up emoji. And then like 5 minutes later, wait, now? Question mark? Or some other day?
I have a class in a few minutes, but I'd like to potentially tonight if we're available. ...
Okay.
I'm free.
As am I.
I'm able to.
Okay. Before I go, I am moving the statuette from my hidden drawer to like a secure safe that I have hidden in the wall.
Okay.
Don't mean to interrupt. Do you still have that mark on your face?
Oh yeah, it was a pretty bad gash, right?
Well, it was a light wound.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I have the heal times for injuries. Did I put this? I think it's under treating wounds. Yeah, you might have. I mean, it was a light wound. It
wasn't
would
it
have
like
healed up like in a
yesterday or the day
day.
before?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you probably still have like a scab or some mark.
Mm-hmm.
And then, did you tell him what happened, or?
And I think I just think of it as like I am a little sketched out because it was right after I learned about the story about the statue causing problems for its owner, but I'm sort of like playing it off as like it was just a clumsy blind man having an accident.
I would just keep on your guard because people that have owned the statue have died, and it's been passed around the last 15 years.
Yes, it does seem like it could become a problem if we're not careful.
Do you want me to be there with you just in case if anything bad does happen, or?
I think it's a little too unpredictable to prepare for. I think all we have to we should come to a decision soon of whether to keep or destroy it. I think is our only options, or potentially hide it away where it won't affect us or anyone else.
Or maybe figure out how the statue works more, because they've died
Yes.
either giving it away or keeping it. I don't want to risk it.
I am more interested in finding out more about it and potentially making use of it, or if it has a use that we can. But before that, I'd rather look at the most pressing matters, which are these ominous dreams.
Alright.
All this in the text chat. I'm just kidding.
Oh no, this is private conversation.
I
Oh,
figured.
this is the group chat. Switch chats.
Starts accidentally typing the group chat. Oh shit.
I accidentally sent a dick pic to everyone.
Oh my god.
Damn, it's framed so perfectly. I thought he was blind.
All practice. Muscle memory.
Muscle memory.
Oh god.
Oh no, he's one of them, teacher. I'm just kidding.
Oh, he's the one they make all the anime about.
Yeah.
Don't put that image in my head. I don't need the teacher from Azumanga Daioh just replacing Booter's description of his character.
I didn't know that was a prevalent genre of anime.
Some types
is.
of anime.
It
Anyway.
is sorta.
But yeah, so you all eventually meet up later that week.
So, why did we need to discuss this? I just figured it was just all of us feeling bad that a guy disposed of himself in Cave Builder.
Could you describe your dream in detail for us?
I mean, there was the pool of blood and like something reaching out, I guess.
Yes, I can't help but notice that our dreams seem eerily similar and detailed.
I
Yes, they
think
do.
it was an arm. It looked weird.
Also, I'm not sure if any of you have considered the fact that I shared this dream as well, and I didn't actually lay eyes on the scene. But it seemed vivid enough in my dream.
I also saw this. Whatever that thing was, that arm, it definitely wasn't human.
Do you have any plans, Professor? Because last dude, the dude we stole this from, dead now.
Well, Henry and I have spent the past month trying to figure out information about it, and I would like to assure you that it seems to mainly affect those it is currently in the possession of, which would be myself. However, this shared dream of ours seems too ominous to ignore and has potentially put all of us in similar danger.
So, all of us are, or is it? I mean, you're the one that has it.
If my guess is correct, the statue should be mostly threatening to myself. I don't know if this dream is related or if it's only tangentially so. It could be another threat entirely. But if it is the statue, from what I've heard about it, it seems that if myths and legends are to be believed, that this isn't a curse that guarantees death. Its purpose is to create stronger warriors so that we may overcome the trials that it provides us, which at least might serve as a solace.
That's crazy, though. Looks over at Marco, remembers the teleportation, and looks back over to Xavier and remembers him closing the hole. Maybe it's not as crazy. Kind of like crosses his arms and folds in on himself.
And honestly, I'm not jumping to share this information, but given the dreams we've shared, I feel I have no choice, as it raises the potential question of whether getting rid of the statue at all would even help avoid this danger. Perhaps it's not about who has the statue, but who has had it. It's unclear if just being in contact with it briefly could potentially cause disaster.
But I mean, it didn't even come into anybody else's hands but yours, right?
Currently, that's true, but sometimes knowledge is more tangible than an object.
Oh man, I knew it was too easy.
Each of us here has seen the statue personally and seen the results of the statue with the puddle of blood.
What do we do then? Do we
As
pass
I
pass it
see
off
it
before we
now,
die?
there are really two options, which are one, try to force our way through it, take solace in and believe the stories of the purpose of the statue and attempt to grow through these challenges, or we can try to gamble on some way to remove this potential curse from us.
So, to create stronger warriors, whatever you said, for what? Why is it creating stronger warriors? How is a little statue creating stronger warrior? What is going on?
Well, the stories I've found are somewhat vague and very old, so aren't entirely complete, but it was said to have been created by a guardian god of some kind of the Extol kingdom, and this guardian god is said to have predicted the end of the world and wanted to create strong warriors to help circumvent that.
Oh. So gods are getting involved now.
Well, it's unclear if that aspect is true. Humans have throughout history have been quick to jump to less concrete conclusions when something unknown is present. Oftentimes, when you find stories like this, you have to take them with a grain of salt and find the aspects of truth hidden within.
I was just providing muscle for this. And now I'm cursed? I don't. You need to fix this.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, in my opinion, you are the one in the least danger. Looks like you would take the most beating out of all of us.
You know that how?
I've been told you have impressive physique, and I do a little muscle flex. At least I assume you would last longer than a frail, blind scholar.
I don't know. So my brain's hurting. And whatever we could be dealing with might not even worry about physicality.
Well, if you want my honest suggestion, I would say try not to look into it on your own. In this world, there's dangers to knowing. Unless you're prepared to dive deeper, looking into it will be very much a risk. Though I would appreciate everyone cooperating more on subjects like this where there might be strange happenings.
Wait, are you saying that after dealing with this, you want us to get cursed again?
I'd rather not be cursed, but if we are currently under something similar to a curse, knowing more about this topic in general will likely be what helps us get away from the dangers. Because as of right now, I don't know about any of you, but I could not give a solid answer on the best way to stay away from this potential disaster that's coming our way.
Yeah, but we'll find out more. I know we will.
Quite a lot to be tossed on our plates.
Would breaking it help? Sometimes that works in the movies.
Or makes it worse.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yes.
Let's not risk that.
Just started my business and I'm gonna die.
The one thing I can tell you for sure is that hasty actions are likely to make things worse. And then I sort of raise my cane and like tap near my eyes.
I just give an eyebrow raise at what was Emery, but I don't say anything.
Alicia.
He just smiles.
Okay.
Sorry.
Now, I would like to ask how all of you are currently feeling and your thoughts on the matter.
I do just want to punch right in the face for getting me tangled up in this.
I would rather you didn't. I have a feeling that would be hurt. That would hurt quite a bit.
I'm not going to because they're my best chance of getting uncursed. But
If it makes you
asked.
feel any better, a lamp did it for you just a few days ago.
And at least we let you know. We could have kept this all a secret. But we don't want to risk that for any of you.
I do feel bad about dragging the three of you unknowingly into this problem, but I couldn't chance the statue that I presume to be of occult origin to fall into the hands of more people and continue to spread. And I was unaware that we would all collectively be affected.
Oh, this is just my luck. Falls to his knees.
Emery will put a hand out to help you up.
Arthurio, would you happen to be a spiritual person?
No.
Well, if you were to take a moment to believe for this particular instance, you could look on the bright side and hopefully come out of this a strong warrior.
That's great. That will be very useful in my job.
Just means you have to reapply those skills. I mean, hey, becoming a big cool warrior might be fun.
True.
I
Actually,
give
get
a
some meat
look.
on them bones.
I give a look at Emery like, is this working? Like, I don't entirely believe the story clearly.
He looks bleak. If you do look at him, it's just
It's not
kind
working.
of. He basically looks like he's resigned himself to like have to deal with this again because another thing that's connected
Hey,
to
chin
a
up, pal.
series of terrible things is continuing.
That's not the face of a hardened criminal. Like, slap on the back.
I'm not a hardened criminal. I'm just a business owner.
That's what they all say.
Oh, he's not doing well at all. But at least you tried.
My only crime is assisting with the stealing of a statue.
I'm just
One
like
step is all-
I'm avoiding looking in anyone's direction now, just sort of looking off to the side.
I will say Marco is fully now, instead of like worrying about the statue business, he's just messing with Artie. That's all he cares about right now.
Yeah, man, it's your only crime so far.
Only up from here.
True.
What do we gotta do so that we don't die?
Well, to be honest, we don't have many leads. My best guess would be I do have some blood from that puddle that we found in the manor that had asked Emery to take a look into, so that could potentially lead to new information. My other thought would be that there are said to be 5 of these statues in total. So if we could potentially see if the other 4 of them are out there somewhere, we could perhaps get more information out of them that way.
Wouldn't that just involve more tests of like being a warrior, quote unquote?
It definitely could. But
That-
the
that's just a
information the information gathered would be extremely helpful since we'd have a larger sample pool.
Just a coincidence, right? 5 statues, 5 of us.
Can I not be there when the other 4 or the other ones are obtained?
Sorry, bud. 5 statues, 5 of us.
Well, so it's like
Can't wait to find your statue. Oh,
He falls to his side
yeah,
from
it's
his
like the
kneeling
worst
position.
I would like to offer to hold all these statues for all of you, but to be quite frank, I am not particularly excited to go through 5 people's worth of trials on my own.
Yeah, I'll say, like, it kind of sounds like there might be a statue for each person, and I'm curious what mine at least looks like. So,
Well, I can't rule out the potential playing of fate, but at this point, I like pat Artie's shoulder and say it's likely a coincidence. Who knows? Maybe we'll be able to solve our problem with the information we get from the first 4. We won't even have to find the 5th one.
Do you think so?
Though I would still want to look for it to make sure it doesn't fall into someone else's hands and cause more trouble.
I don't know. With your luck, the next one could be your statue.
I don't know if there is a your statue. It seems sort of generic to 5 warriors take one each. Doesn't really matter which one.
His statue for the purpose of just having fun with him.
Though, if we are coming at this from a perspective of fate pushing us forward, then it's not unlikely that we would each come across statues related to us. If we look at it that way, I was connected to the original owner of this statue here that has recently passed.
Do you have a basement, Mr. Store Owner?
You do drive high half the time.
Storage,
so-
I guess.
I don't know, we could just dig underneath your store, try and see if we can find a statue.
Now if I
But
do drink, I
We don't even know if
refuse
there's a statue there,
to
though.
drive.
I have a feeling he would have known long ago if there was a statue hidden under his house, his store. I look
Yeah.
over at Artie and go, you haven't been particularly unlucky or found yourself in a lot of dangerous situations recently, have you?
Every day of my life.
Oh. Okay.
But that started before the store.
Okay.
Where did it like start? Like your bad luck?
What?
Is there like a moment where maybe like the ball started rolling? Well, there was a time I touched that statue.
That couldn't be it.
Let me look over his life real quick.
Yeah.
The day he was born.
It would
Aw.
be really
Kinda,
funny.
yeah.
My infant son, here, look at our family statue, touches.
Both of his parents died in childbirth.
Looking at pictures of him as a baby, and he has a little doll that's clearly a cursed statue.
God.
Oh yes, my childhood doll, and it's like made of marble.
Wouldn't say I've been
I'm still
particularly
there.
lucky, and I mean, I got to start a business. That's lucky, right?
Eh,
How well is your
Yeah,
business
can't be.
doing?
Ew, how could you?
Starting.
yeah, all right. More if it's like a proximity thing tied to us. That is a theory. There's like a point where it got bad, then like maybe looking there first wouldn't be a bad idea, even if it takes like just a couple hours.
Suzanne would join, but she
Honestly, I'm not optimistic. I think it's unlikely that your bad luck is caused by a related statue.
Most likely.
I wouldn't worry too much about it, but from what I've heard, you might want to look into it.
Okay.
You're gonna be okay, buddy. He'll pat you on the back.
I don't know if I will. It was already pretty bad to start with, and now this.
Look on the bright side. If your bad luck is related to these statues, the curse that you're newly under will have little effect on you, and we might potentially find the cause and solve it for you.
A single tear
think we
falls
can.
down his cheek.
So, I would like to ask if each of us could sort of search our own contacts and information networks to see if there's anything related to similar statues or strange occurrences that you can find.
Oh, God,
I don't
so-
have those kind of contacts.
That's all right. Just try your best.
It's okay, buddy. Just give it a shot.
This poor guy.
This guy started out
there's
poor,
more.
opened a business that's struggling, was beaten to an inch of his life, and should have died but survived anyway. And now he's cursed to be murdered.
Hey,
Possibly
to be
by
fair,
himself.
you might have already been cursed.
It's true.
In which case, it's not my fault. I'm morally free.
Yeah, but then you would have doubled its amount of curses.
He's already got one. What's another one?
You'll
One
barely
more.
notice it.
Plus, it was said that 5 warriors would take this on together before, so if 5 guys could handle it in the past, I think the 5 of us can handle it now.
Okay. He'll, like, pick himself up off the floor.
He'll have a handout to help you.
He takes it.
Are there any other concerns that any of you might have, or potential ideas? If not, we can reconvene sometime later after looking into things.
Might as well. I have a maybe possible lead that we could get. I'll just kind of stick my nose around and see if there's any other nice artifacts that people want burglaring. Because then we can at least see if there's any stories tied to it, if it's worth taking, and then just rip off the client.
Yes, and if you all find mention of artifacts and aren't sure, then help narrow down the details of the artifacts. So there's no need to do too much research on your own. I know that's not within everyone's wheelhouse.
I can at least get pertinent information. And we have the rough dimensions of it. I don't know if they're going to look exactly the same, but I don't imagine one is going to be significantly bigger or smaller.
Yes, I've only found descriptions of another one of them, but it seems similar but not identical.
At least this general size, it narrows it down. So
Yes, and if you find talk of other artifacts or strange occurrences, find the information about that could help as well. Doesn't have to be directly related to these statues necessarily. All right. Is everyone confident with our next moves? Are we ready to go on?
I mean, let's see where this goes.
All right. And that's where we'll
no.
end it for this evening.
On our way out of the meeting, Emery and I are walking together, and I just go, Artie's definitely gonna die.
Oh, most definitely.
We didn't get a chance to, but when you picked up my hand, it's like the grip of somebody who's already been defeated.
Oh,
But yeah, so that is the first episode, first little trial here of the 333. We didn't get to do a lot, but we did do a little bit of the dice rolling, and you guys got to see the downtime activity, which the downtime activity it'll get a little bit faster as y'all get more comfortable with it. And a lot of stuff can just happen there. But how are you all feeling now that you've actually gotten to play the game a little bit?
I like it.
Pretty cool.
Easy to learn. Like, it's just really simple. Like tiny dice rolls. Like, my only thing is, man, downtime just takes a while.
That's true with any game, though.
Yeah. If anything, all I was thinking of, like, there Must be a way to speed up just like skill increase stuff.
Well,
Only
I mean,
because like it's going around a table for like 5 times in a row.
yeah, but that's only as fast as you saying, I'm working on this, and that's it. Like, that takes no time at all.
Yeah.
If that was what all y'all would have done, you guys would have gone through that first month in like under 5
30
minutes.
maybe.
Yeah, if we all just increase skills and stuff.
The thing is
I
like,
was advancing the story.
well, and I had if everyone decided to just boost stats, I had a plan, and in fact, I kind of just used it anyway. So, you know. But now you guys know about the statue. But no, as the game progresses, there'll be more things your group is looking into, and your characters will probably have more projects that you're working on individually. So downtime is more of the time to develop like what your own character is working on.
Yeah.
But also, like, it's all just dependent on what you all do, like what you decide to do and when. This is more of just a system of allowing for your characters to have breathing room between essentially like adventures in a way, and also to like pursue different things. There's a lot of different actions that could have been taken, and to be fair, like, you all don't know about them. As you guys learn more about the game, you'll learn that there's a lot more that can be done during downtime. And, you know, at the end of the day, this game is designed for experienced role players. So you guys need to have some kind of, like, motivation to actively interact with the story and the narrative and stuff like that. So, but beyond that, which I mean, I'll say that's valid, and maybe, you know, if it keeps coming up, I'll look into it some more. But how about everything else?
I like stuff.
Everything else we played around with like worked very smoothly.
Mm-hmm. The double deals are interesting.
The narrative point economy seemed good. It felt good, but that's also because we didn't have any combat, so I'm interested to see if reaction cost would make that different.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious about, is the interaction of that.
Yeah, combat. I mean, we tried the combat, and so I'm pretty confident in the combat. And okay, let's also be super fair. This month turned really slow as it was because you guys didn't go check behind the door.
I wanted to check, but everyone ran away.
I thought about it, and it was purely in that, like, in that situation, what would my boy do? And it's like, yeah, this is like, because I was almost anticipating, like, you know, the thing that was doing it or was responsible wouldn't let us leave, or like, oh man, something fucky's gonna happen.
Nah, I thought it would be more mysterious and we'd be fine.
My guy was ready to bolt as soon as we got the statue, so.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I can't be held responsible if you don't take any of the you know, story opportunities.
True.
And to be fair, it made the investigation Alicia's character made interesting by finding out what happened to the guy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And now we gotta find pictures of them dang symbols.
It's true.
I need them photos.
It makes sense for the decision like that for characters who are just not embroiled in spooky bullshit yet.
Yeah.
Once you're embroiled and something spooky happens, you're like, well, I gotta check that out.
Well,
My guy
you know,
doesn't even know he has powers yet. Thumbs up.
Yeah.
I mean, a part of it as well is just like, you're players. You understand we're playing a game, you know?
Yeah.
You have to take some responsibility for that. But I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing. Like I said, it made Alicia's looking into it more interesting. And now there's this whole element. You guys would have just seen the symbols before if you had walked in, but now you guys have to find the symbols. You have to find out what happened. So that's like an interesting approach and dimension to everything that's happened.
Yeah, and there's a certain route to it as well, where we didn't incriminate ourselves to get this information, you know?
It's true.
Because, like, we were gonna be leaving a trail of bloody footprints if we.
That was also my thought.
That was my biggest concern.
I could do something about that, but like my thought was, the more we do stuff here, the more likely we're gonna leave traces.
And get blamed for a murder or something.
Yeah.
That we didn't commit.
True. And honestly, I was keeping track of any possible traces y'all were leaving behind.
It was literally, I completely forgot you had an erase ability like that. I was like, how do we kind of hide this hole we made? I don't know, just, like shove some dirt in there.
Yeah.
Like, give it a while. Because like then it's kind of a different color.
Yeah, my plan was to go in and then on our way out, secretly sort of hide it and potentially fix up the security system with my erase evidence. But then it caught on fire, and I was like, all right, I need to do this now.
Yeah. Plus, honestly, I don't mind having the first session have you guys work on some of your early level skills.
Yeah. It would have been really nice if I got to work on my skills.
Yeah.
But someone had to progress the story because no one else wanted to look behind the door.
We didn't have the statue or the skills.
I mean, to be fair, I was also prepared again for y'all to just be like, I want to improve my skills, and then you guys just would have gotten the story beat after that month. So, but we also got to mess with some of the social bond stuff. Which, how was the social bond stuff, Booter? Since you were the one looking into it.
I like it. I like Alan. I think it was interesting. I can't wait to do more of it because now I'm just going to want to make social bonds with a lot of people, even though I'm not a social guy.
Well,
but I can pick up the history or sciences one that allowed me to use history and science to instead of the persuasion or whatever skills.
Yeah. By the way, so that I didn't say it out loud, but that was technically a make an impression, like, set of skill checks. Yeah. So
I'm interested to see in the business bonds aspect too.
Yeah, I will. I'll definitely develop the business bond a bit more, and I needed to do NPC bonds. I should have done NPC bonds before, but I was really trying to make sure you guys had all your skill talents available for your skill choices. So, fair. Yeah. I guess then any like concerns or anything y'all like weren't quite sure about or anything, or anything in particular you guys really, really liked about the game too.
I'm liking everybody's characters already. It's funny. That's a fun time. I'm curious to see how the dice system evolves, actually.
True. I like the assurance of just, if you're good at a thing, you can do the thing. So it's always, the annoyance of a lot of systems. Also just the times and systems you just have to kind of roll for everything is what sometimes it feels like. I'm curious to engage with them more because mainly it's just learning how stuff works, because it's just like it's simple, but I just don't know the rules.
Well, and to be fair, I designed this game. This game is a very simple kit that can be used to make very complicated things. So, like, many of the talents kind of allude to it as well. But as you guys start doing more and more of the actual actions and stuff, you'll start seeing that, like, it's a complicated system, but it's very simple to run, mechanically speaking.
That's what I'm saying. I'm getting the vibe because I remember you saying it was an opt-in, like, complexity game. And yeah, the only concern I have is downtime length with just the stuff you're doing, because, like, I understand the format and the kind of freedom you can get in the system, Just my concern with some aspects of it is it can turn into sometimes it's the shopping session of a game where like one person is doing something and then everyone else is zoned out. Because like if every downtime thing takes like upwards of an hour or so, then there's probably a way to streamline like stat increase stuff.
Well,
and, like, just focus on the important narrative bits.
I don't think the stat increase stuff is actually a problem. Like I said, all you had to do is say, yes, I'm doing it, and that was it. It's a few seconds.
Yeah, a few seconds 5 times in a row. And like more to the extent of if it keeps taking a long time for stuff like this, it feels like it's a thing that can be streamlined and focus on like the narrative bits that involve role playing.
I think it's also a matter of this is the start of the story and we hadn't really fully grabbed onto the story hooks yet.
Right.
So we didn't like I feel like once we get into the meat of the story and actually start investing in this campaign as a whole, like we're not going to be taking full months in between doing things most of the time.
Yeah, no, I highly doubt as like a story progresses and there's like things to do, investigation, track stuff. Like it's definitely not going to be a settle in and grind out your stats and skills. Like that 100% is like early on, or you have some time, do it. I like that system of it.
Yeah.
It is just like if there's a bunch of important stuff going on and then like someone gets lost in a track, or just like having it be like, all right, what are we all doing? I'm spending this time for this time for this, and then we can just go skip through like the important bits. It's like if there's a thing to cull with downtime speed, it feels like it's the stat increases, because that can be handled with like, I don't know, like a note card past like what weeks are spent for what.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I definitely don't see it, because again, it's just as simple as saying I do it asterisk. You say it's 5 times, but 5 times 3 seconds is still 15 seconds. So
True.
I think
it's just
will
if one I think is more important than the other.
Well, I think it will feel better when more characters are actively working on things during downtime. Because it will just feel kind of lame and grindy if all you're doing is just saying, I increased my stats this week. I increased my stats this week. Rather than, working on your bonds, working on your own investigations that your characters do, working on your own downtime activities that you could be doing, like there's a lot of things that I feel like it's just kind of a ratio thing, a balance thing. And this session was just very heavy in the, well, I don't really have anything I'm doing right now, so I'm just going to increase my stats. But later, when your characters are more generally involved in things, I think you'll start finding it more difficult to spend time working on your skills and more time working on story relevant things or, personal things for your characters.
Yeah, that's what I think it is. It's just the it's the thing I will keep an eye on myself of just because it's my only concern is downtime feeling like a shopping episode, but I doubt it's going to be that when the plot gets rolling and more character involved stuff happens. It's like there's the special downtime activities that you can get access to as well. There's just other things you can do once like the game has progressed.
Yeah, so we'll see, but it's important to make mention of it. So I will keep an eye on it. And I mean, if anything, I can just say, all right, if you're working on skills this week, bump up those skills and move on.
Yeah,
I think also it seems like it's a little weird that because like if I really wanted to and just invested entirely in one thing, very quickly I would reach the peak of human performance in that thing.
Not really, because it's taking weeks of time and it's progressively getting more and more weeks for a single increase.
Yeah, but realistically, if I go from not being good at something at all to getting all the way up to 9, that would be more than a year, but less than 2. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's...
Am I right in that?
It's I think it's a little bit more than a year. Also, there's a stream bot.
Yeah.
oh boy.
So like me going from not having any skill in anything to being as good as humanly possible in that thing takes a year.
Yeah, but you have to consider that's a year straight of you're doing nothing but working on that thing week after week after week.
Yeah, because I was thinking the same thing, Booter, like while we were doing this. I'm like, man, this is really fast progression. But like the balancing act is you have many other things that might need to be done. You have plot, you have like it's a juggling of a lot of different like time commitments.
Yeah.
So like that feels like the balancing act of it. I think if a DM is not doing their job well, it could very easily get out of hand. But like,
yeah, it does
if
seem like
the
a
story
thing.
is present.
Yeah, if the player really wanted to, and the GM didn't actively try to stop them, like it could get super out of hand quickly.
Like, not even like stop. I would say it's just not give incentives for anything else.
Yeah.
Because like with investigations going on with bonds that can like degrade all that, it's definitely a balancing act where you can't really just sit on your lonely and grind.
Yeah. Well, and in addition to that, I mean, let's suppose it takes your character an in-game year to get to max level, whatever. That's just in one skill, you know? And that's ignoring all the other possible routes of growth, all the things your group is discovering. That's just that, you know, it's something where if a player was truly and earnestly working on it, sure, let them be really, really good at one thing, like a lot. It's not going to make a character that much more powerful in anything other than that one thing. Because like combat power is not related to that, nor are any of the talents really based on like improving your character in super wild ways. So
it's giving you options for stuff, because like parkour gives you options for in combat stuff, but like there are a lot of the other skills, it's just there's other things you want access to.
Yeah. So I mean, if someone wants to do that, it's just like a cheese ball thing that a person wants to do and spend their time on, you know, I don't have a problem with that. The biggest thing is I want you guys to be able to feel that you can develop your characters in a somewhat reasonable amount of time, at least within the lower level skill stuff. Because like after you get to, for instance, 5 weeks or a skill rank 5, it takes over a month for a skill increase, if that's like the only thing you're doing.
If anything, I mean, I just thought of this, like I think this kind of downtime system with having like mechanical elements then roleplay elements, I do think for like skill progression it could be really interesting if there were I don't know, I think of it like a capstone skill, but like probably not the best thing for it. If some progression was hit by like, all right, now you have to do a bit of like a personal challenge or trial, there's a story event we can play out to have you get a cool thing, would feel more satisfying than like, all right, finally I said I want to improve this for a good few weeks. Now I have the cool thing.
Yeah.
Even if it's like spaced out over months, I think that like if you have a cool ability, having an event playing out where you get the cool ability or you get to use it in that way would feel very cool in the system.
Well, so actually, one of the things that y'all can do is you can set goals for your character. Like, I want to learn to do this, I want to get better at this, whatever. And what it does is, rather than being I'm working on it every week, it's you need to meet certain story elements. It's the same thing as the Cosmere's goal system, essentially. I'm putting this system in because eventually developing your skills is just going to be really, really hard, because you're going to be doing many other things, other important character relevant things. And so improving skills past a certain point becomes kind of less viable. But then if you have these narrative goals where it's just like, I want to learn this talent, I want to improve this skill, then every time it happens, narratively speaking, in the story, you can get check marks that can help improve your skill that way as well. So I have kind of a system for that, and we'll see if it just gets out of hand. But I feel really, really confident that this system should offer every person something to do other than just grind stats. And it'll start developing more and more as, you know, right now your characters just don't have your people are just people. Dudes with maybe some slightly better, you know, like a cool power or something. But you guys haven't discovered many of the occult systems currently lurking in the shadows in the system.
Mm-hmm. Also, a couple of my skills, like, they start to unlock stuff later that would allow me to do, like, story stuff during downtime as well.
Yeah.
So that's a thing to consider as well.
I'll make special mention of one thing I did like about how this downtime works, though, is Booter developing a personal contact during this whole thing. Because that's something that just could happen, you know, in a story. It's like, hey, I'm going to go to the library and talk to, like, this librarian dude. And what I liked about the system is it kind of gives a reason for players to do those kind of actions without relying on a player to just take the initiative to do so.
Yeah.
That's where I think the strength of a lot of it is, and like that is why, honestly, I was thinking about like, oh man, if there's a mechanic around that for like a stat or skill increase, that'd be really fun. At least for like the cool big stuff.
Yeah. Well, and you'll also meet characters who can teach you like unique combat skills or unique skills that you can develop after that, or all kinds of things. And like I said, there's the narrative goals. But that's something I'll definitely keep in mind, is the idea of like skill-based events. Granted, that's just events on events and events, but hey, you know, it's an opt-in system, right?
I mean, it's you said this had like an event deck builder.
Yeah, it's true.
And, like, it could easily be like, oh, you've grinded this, all right, you have a skill-based thing in your event deck now.
I mean, to be fair, some of the skills already have that, but yeah.
Yeah.
You were gonna say something, Slug? Oh, okay. Apparently she forgot. All right. Well, anyone else have anything they want to add before we end for today? Nope. All right. Cool. So yeah, that's the end of the first episode of the 333. Hopefully my players are enjoying it. Hopefully we make something interesting out of this. I'm feeling pretty confident. I'm liking how mechanically the game works up until this point. So I'm glad that this thing I've been working on for the last 2 weeks, like as much as I can being a new dad, is starting to actually like work as a real game.
Yeah, it's fun to see. It's fun to play around with too. I want to see the combat and some of the more mechanical stuff because it sounds fun.
Yeah. Well, if things go accordingly in the next session or two, that should probably start happening.
Hey, hell yeah.
But all right, that's gonna be it for us. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all have a good night.
Good night.
Good night.
You need to take
Good
the
night,
card now.
everyone.
Friday night.
Good night.